When someone faces danger, he starts looking for God and begging for mercy, be it Lord God, Buddha, or another deity. He thinks about the one he worships and begs him for the salvation of his sinful soul. But what happens the moment God himself is in danger? One of the gods found himself in a similar unpleasant situation. He was suppressed by the majority and came under a verdict. When he woke up, he found himself in a place he had never been before. Sitting on the soft grass, he began to remember what had happened, realizing that he had died, or to be more precise, presumably dissipated. God cannot die, because this concept refers to God's creations. Being in a place unknown to himself, he tried to call up the system window, but was refused due to lack of rights. It was malfunctioning due to a conflict with the administrator. Remembering recent events, the guy thought that his divine status, throne, and faith were destroyed by force. As a result, his divinity was revoked and his powers disappeared. Despite this, his mind and knowledge remained intact. Looking around, the guy noticed someone starting to approach him. It was several people on a boat that were sailing towards him on a small body of water. Mooring to the shore, a tall man in a dark cloak and a large hat on his head appeared. Behind his back was a huge mysterious scroll. Throwing this scroll into the air, he called the condemned guy by the name of Li Chan-sung, addressing him as the former shadow god. After these words, he began to tell his biography out loud, from which it became clear that he was the son of an ordinary human couple from planet Earth, who was born in Korea in 2001. The cautious former gloomy god did not know who he was talking to. He continued to follow the stranger, listening to his words, which exactly described his past life. The man continued his story about the past of the punished god, where he mentioned that for unknown reasons he was sent to the planet Arcadia in 2027, where he became a constellation that killed millions of other deities before being caught and brought to the place of execution. Looking at the guy again, the man with long hair nervously bit his lip before asking the question that was troubling him. But at the same moment, Li Chan-sung rushed to attack. Unexpectedly for everyone present, he instantly found himself next to the man who had brought the scroll. The stranger only managed to react at the moment when he found himself a moment before touching the hand of the fallen god. Realizing the danger, he managed to jump back, avoiding contact with the guy. Once out of range of the guy, the man took up his sword. Watching this, Li Chan-sung's face showed no doubt that he was doing the right thing. The guy was thrown from his throne as part of a conspiracy, so as long as he was conscious, he was ready to continue the battle. Despite the lack of any weapons, he rushed into battle with his bare fists. His blow was so strong that it literally divided the reservoir into two parts. There was no point in fighting a real god, so the man with long gray hair decided to avoid direct blows. His full strength was not enough to contain the god, even though he had lost his former status. The guy continued to pursue the stranger and jumped out onto the water to continue attacking. Without any chance of a decent response, the man continued to avoid blows. Jumping into the air, he noticed that his opponent had disappeared from his line of sight using a wall of water. Looking at his opponent, the stranger began to be filled with horror. The shadow god looked like a real threat. Even though he lost his powers due to the majority verdict, he had no intention of stopping fighting. He didn't know where he ended up, but his goal was revenge on those who were to blame for what happened. Having no other choice, the man with long hair resorted to extreme measures and used the artifact. This was the divine suppressive steel. No matter what kind of god he was, these limiters would weaken him to a level of strength even lower than that of the most pitiful creatures. The embittered guy recognized this power. He had not seen them since the day of the divine judgment of punishment, and hoped that once freed, he would not see them again. And yet, finding himself in a hopeless situation, he asked who he was dealing with. Having calmed the fallen god, the man apologized for the late performance, and identified himself as the executioner of the underworld named Yao. The realization that this was the afterlife gave the guy a clear understanding of what was happening. The man clarified that the body of water with which he got to this place is called the River Styx. Still, Li Chang's son was full of questions. He mentioned that God, sent to the divine court of punishment, as the ultimate punishment, loses his existence. But despite this, he even retained his sanity, which is why he asked the question about what was happening. The executioner replied that his fate was in the hands of the afterlife, since he had been under their jurisdiction from the very beginning. After these words, he offered to go on the road, promising that he would explain the details later, because the master was already waiting for him. Having no choice, the guy with a murderous look followed his executioner. While in the boat, he clarified that Arcadia is completely different from the native earth of the gloomy god, saying that it belongs to the jurisdiction of the afterlife. As it turned out, in their kingdom, all people have their own life expectancy and fate, recorded in the Chronicle of Life and Death. In addition, the chronicle can only be found where it was written. Not understanding what the executioner was leading to, the guy continued to listen carefully to his story. The fact is that one of the places where the chronicles are located was lost. Searching for him without success, they even traveled past the stars, but all efforts were in vain. The gloomy god assumed that it was about his second home named Arcadia, and he was right. The man clarified that in addition to the disappearance of the chronicles, Li Chan's son became a god and created a real mess, which is why they had to put a lot of effort into bringing him to the place of punishment. Despite the rather detailed story, there was something that continued to excite Li Chang's interest. Remembering the events after the results of the divine court, he saw a schism that cancelled the execution of the punishment. After this, he lost his powers and found himself in the afterlife. Remembering those events, the guy asked why they did it. He believed that if the executioner and his master allowed him to disperse on the other side, they would benefit themselves. The man agreed with his assumption, but clarified that it was an order from above. The decision to save the life of the fallen god and preserve his sanity was made by Thanatos. Thanatos is the ruler of Tartarus and Erebus. He is usually called the only king of the underworld. After telling the story about the local gentleman, they arrived at his temple. Looking around at the condemned twilight god, the executioner named Yao asked him not to keep the ruler waiting. Together, they went to meet the master. Flying past his domain, the gloomy god could see the places of punishment of sinners, among which there was hellfire. As its opposite, an icy hell was also located here for other clients. Other deities, who were very different from ordinary people, were limited by magical artifacts, which is why their fate was to remain eternally inside the wasteland. Noticing this, Li Chang's son asked who the gods were, noting that their level was completely different from the others. Executioner Yul explained that before those prisoners became vile gods, they were considered gods of battle. These poor souls are also known as fallen stars. The fact is that Lord Tithanos judges not only the sins of the dead, but also seals away demons and evil spirits. Even though Li Chang's son was a shadow god, he replied that he had never heard of it before. The executioner explained this by saying that these things should not be talked about, because this could damage their reputation in heaven. Those sinners who were less guilty than others were sentenced to menial labor as punishment. At the same time, having examined the possessions of the ruler, the condemned god and his executioner reached the meeting place with the master. Finding himself in front of the huge door to the chambers of the Supreme Being, the man asked the prisoner to prepare and behave appropriately. Turning to the door, he introduced himself as a first-class executioner Yao and reported the successful completion of the task regarding the shadow god. The door began to open and an intangible infinity appeared behind it. Through this distance a majestic voice sounded, allowing the guests to enter inside. The expression on the gloomy god's face immediately changed. Even the system itself informed him that the atmosphere inside was extremely tense. As he walked inside, he noticed a pair of eyes watching him from the darkness. Stepping forward, the abyss began to swallow him, and he began to fly. Realizing the danger of the local lord, Li Chang's son suggested with a smile that interesting events awaited him. Spatial magic transported the guide to the domain of the ruler. Having looked around, he remained on guard, since he did not know what to expect from a deity that was much higher than him in terms of hierarchy. Looking arrogantly at the prisoner, Thanatos became convinced that this was indeed a gloomy god. With a smile on his face, the first thing he did was ask if Chan's son knew where he would end up after death if he remained on Earth. Sighing heavily, the guy replied that he had no idea, since he had never thought about it before. Briefly and clearly, the man replied that the guy would have ended up in hell. Not understanding why this would be his end, Li Chan-sung asked to clarify the reason. With a calm face, the man began to narrate the guy's sins, starting from his days as a professional gamer. At that sinful moment, he yelled madly at his teammate because of a minor mistake, and the poor fellow took these words so close to his heart that he began to cry. Having mentioned this sin, Thanatos asked Yao what the punishment for that incident should be. The man replied that for such a sin they practiced tearing out the tongue for 15 days. The next minor sin in the guy's opinion was his refusal to help old friends when he was too passionate about the game. For this, he was subject to torture with knives on the hellish mountain of the underworld. The list continued. Among the most petty sins was killing an ant, blaming a dog, and other things for which he was sentenced to spend time with poisonous snakes and continue to have his tongue pulled out. Li Chang was simply confused by how vindictive the gods turned out to be, who are responsible for what is happening on Earth. After mentioning that he had never held a girl's hand, the guy's patience was at its limit, and he shouted with a confident look that he did not want to take part in such pathetic games with a list of nonsense. Executioner Yal and his lord Thanatos felt the wrath of the fallen god, but this did not affect their emotions in any way. Having finished the satirical story, the man clarified that these were jokes, since Li Chan's son lived an ordinary life on Earth. On the other hand, when it came to his life on Arcadia, everything was different. Not to be idle, Thanatos opened the scroll that his high-ranking executioner had brought. The guy's sins were obvious. He destroyed countless gods that were equal to him in status. Not understanding the meaning of what was happening, Li Chan's son directly asked the Lord for what reason he saved him from imminent death. As it turns out, this god wanted his fallen colleague to do important work for him. The fact is that Thanatos was deeply concerned about some gods who, despite their promises, broke their oaths and reached people. He wanted the gloomy god to go in his place to the earthly world and turn the infidels into his subjects with the help of power and authority. Hearing Thanatos' demands, the shadowy god assumed that they were going to revive him. The lord of the underworld agreed with his words, but clarified that it would be more correct to say that he would simply return him to where he should be. Possessing incredible power, he threw his hand to the side and the boundlessness of the universe appeared in the air. These were the domains of the ruler, among which there were many galaxies and individual planets. As this power unfolded, the focus began to change, and the surprised guy saw something he had not thought about for a long time. He saw his home planet Earth, where he was born and raised before becoming one of the gods. Thanatos was attentive to his emotions and noticed that until that moment he considered the shadowy god devoid of human emotions. Hearing the words of the highest god in the hierarchy, the guy pulled himself together and stopped showing surprise, saying that he simply hadn't seen his home for a long time. With anticipation, the man replied that Li Chan's son will be amazed when he sees with his own eyes what happens next. After these words, the bishop continued his presentation. The Earth began to approach. It was clear that the events took place in Asia. The Lord enlarged the picture even more, bringing us closer to Korea. As it turns out, it didn't just show events somewhere in Korea, it was definitely the city where Li Chan's son was born. At that moment we were transported to one of the streets of the city at night. A guy in a purple hoodie was walking at a lamp-lit road crossing with a bottle of beer in his hand. Worried, Li Chan's son understood what was happening. He saw himself from the past. Having incredible abilities as a god, he was simply shocked by the superiority of the Thanatos system. The calm man said that he was clarifying this for a reason. he was going to send the punished guy to the time and place that he showed him. Clarifying the task, he emphasized that the shadow god should focus on sealing the gods instead of his ordinary human life. This was precisely the proposal for which he pulled Li Chan's son out of Arcadia. The conditions seemed quite possible, but expecting a catch, the guy still decided to clarify why Thanatos himself was giving such an opportunity to him, the accused shadowy god. The man on the throne replied that this was obvious, since the shadow god was considered one of the best hunters in his class. These were not words out of thin air at all. He listened to the opinions of the peoples of Arcadia, Ahura, Daiba, and other civilizations with which he maintained contact as the lord of the jurisdiction. He continued with the rationale for the need for the mission of the gloomy god. The fact is that the rupture of the dungeon through which the guy once passed was the action of the gods who took up arms against the general rules. After this explanation, Li Chan's son was fully aware of the meaning of the so-called oath violation and assumed that those insolent people wanted to take planet Earth into their possession. He turned out to be right, because the enemies really targeted his homeland, while they still slowly continued to approach their goal. In order not to miss the details, Li Chang asked why the warriors of the underworld decided not to personally deal with this problem. As it turns out, the overlord's charges are fully aware that their enemies are exploiting loopholes in the oath that prevent them from interfering. They have neither reason nor desire to act, but if a person from planet Earth intervenes in these matters, then history will take on a completely different character, because this was not mentioned in the oath. Realizing the Lord's plan, a sly grin appeared on the guy's face. He decided that Thanatos wanted to make him his own hunting dog, but did not know what would happen next, so he assumed that after the end of this story they would say goodbye to him and complete the ritual of punishment. But the Lord had a completely different view of the situation and called it not a hunt, but correctional work, after which he would have the right to remove the shackles from Li Chan's son and give him a new life, despite his sinful past. Taking another look at his restraints, the guy realized that this was a very profitable offer. With his hands folded in front of him in a businesslike manner, with a piercing gaze, Lord Thanatos stated that if the gloomy god doubts the profitability of the offer, then they can make a deal, which, depending on the guy's position, cannot make his situation even worse. Stretching his hand forward and smiling sweetly, he asked his dear guest not to worry and promised that he would reward him. Not understanding what they were talking about, the guy asked how he would like to thank him. The man slyly replied that he had power at his disposal, which would interest the former gloomy god. Despite the sincerity of the Lord's words, Li Chan's son was extremely cautious and asked if Thanatos was sure that he could simply throw away his power like that, since this was contrary to the laws of the lower world. Although the guy chose the right words, in response the Lord leaned on his hand and imperiously said that he was the sole ruler of the underworld, so there was no need to worry about it. He invited the former god to perceive his deal as the generosity of the monarch and asked if he was ready to conclude a contract. The guy's smile spoke of his positive attitude. He stated that if he is offered power, then he cannot find any reason to refuse. With a satisfied smile and a sharp rise from the throne, the Lord of the Underworld declared that in this case the deal would come into effect. Having concluded a contract with the shadowy god, he announced the beginning of his reincarnation under the guise of returning to his home planet. All the gates of rebirth began to gradually open and, satisfied with the results of the negotiations, Li Chan's son went out. Descending the river of the underworld, the executioner decided to give some advice before saying goodbye to the gloomy god. Yal asked the guy to remember that he was returning as a human, so he would have to face some difficulties and start his path all over again, without all the abilities and experience that he managed to gain during his life as a shadow god. Happy to be left with his own sanity, Li Chan's son confirmed that he understands the full weight of responsibility. The top-ranking executioner also decided to remind that Li Chan's soul, as before, will be sealed with divine restrictive steel, but it will be activated again if something suspicious is discovered. Despite the positive aspects of the future task, the guy was still not in the mood due to the fact that he would not be able to use his power as he wished. The advice was exhausted just as they arrived at the outer gate, where it was time for farewell. It was a huge golden gate, on which was depicted a symbol of the balance of yin and yang. Without any doubt, Li Chuan-sung jumped towards the exit from the underworld to continue his existence as a human. Before leaving this place, he decided to stop to say goodbye to his saviors properly. He turned to his executioner and thanked him for accompanying him, after which he expressed the hope that they would be able to see each other again under more pleasant conditions. With a pleasant smile on his face, he put his hand to his heart and politely replied that he would eagerly await the return of his lord's new friend. As he watched the guy go, he wished him strength and wisdom. After these parting words, the man mysteriously called Li Chuan-sun the executioner, who received the power of the king of the underworld. Overcoming the distance, the gloomy god moved greatly away from the underworld and began to receive messages from the system. While in free flight, he learned that he had successfully passed through the gate of rebirth, due to which his status began to resume. The guy enjoyed freedom while his system began to be updated and reconfigured to the new server that provided the structure of planet Earth. His rights are finally back to administrator level. Li Chuan-sun didn't even notice how his flight was interrupted, and he ended up on his home planet. He found himself in a very crowded place. The guy lying on the grass did not raise questions among those around him, because they were also very puzzled by what was happening around him. Looking at the bright sky above him, the guy noticed a message from the system, which spoke about the acquisition of a new achievement, which was associated with his memory preservation. Thanks to this, he gained an additional 5 points for each characteristic. Excited people began to panic. They did not understand what was happening, as they found themselves at a gate that they had never heard of before. After looking around, the guy began to recognize the familiar appearance and speech of the people around him. The black hair of strangers and the Korean language from everywhere spoke only of one thing, that the gloomy god had finally returned home. Satisfied with this event, the guy crossed his arms, enjoying this pleasant atmosphere. Despite the pleasant memories that filled his mind, he still found the strength not to be distracted and focus on the goal. A moment later he rose to his feet in order to assess the situation and begin his task. Onlookers around him tried to gather in small groups in order to find out more information about the place where they found themselves. They were all inside some kind of fence circle that was surrounded by trees and wildlife. Assessing the situation, the guy began to understand the words that the bishop spoke to him. Thanatos mentioned that the place where Li Chuan-sun will open his eyes after rebirth is Earth, but at the same time it is not it. It was clear that it would be a difficult task for the shadow god to connect with another place without catching the eye of the gods of another world. These thoughts made him think that he was not quite back home, and that he still had a lot to learn about his mission. Before saying goodbye, the Lord mysteriously called it some kind of dungeon in a random gap. Ordinary Earthlings could only hear about this from the internet, reading manga. They could not imagine that they would find themselves in a place where there would be no cellular communications and the infrastructure they were accustomed to. Within a moment, they began to be surprised by messages from the air. Unusual for an ordinary person, the system reported that this was a sudden dungeon called Rosewood Forest, in which there were 431 participants. Within a moment, an error related to the appearance of an undetected participant was reported. It was probably about the rebirth of Li Chuan-sun. The system corrected the error in a matter of seconds and updated the list of participants. With the next message, the system announced the start of the test, specifying that the appropriate level of mission difficulty had been selected in order to adequately judge the individual strength of those present. The theme of the mission was defined as restoration. The forest was divided into 5 parts. The main mission was to destroy the monsters of the dungeon and climb to the top of the hill on the other side of the location. Among the messages was a warning that the monsters and the required restoration methods differ in different parts of the forest. All present participants gained access to their individual inventory, status window and skill window in order to cope with the mission. While the majority succumbed to panic, among those present there were those who began to quickly adapt and prepare for the test. Among them was the gloomy god, whose experience was on a completely different level. As soon as the first part was opened, Li Chuan-sung ran towards the forest. While everyone was panicking about the danger of an unknown place, he did not pay attention to it and ran towards the goal. The frightened guys could only look at his back. To them he looked very strange. Thoughts began to cross their minds that he might be familiar with this place and the origin of this phenomenon. Speculation only raised more questions in their minds, but it was clear that if he survived, he would be the most reliable member worth working with. After running a short distance, the gloomy god began to notice the differences between the new body and the one he had previously possessed. Early shortness of breath gave him the idea that he should first understand the state of his body. After opening the system, he saw that he was able to retain his divine name as a shadow god, but the characteristics remained uncertain. The guy really expected that there would be a mess waiting for him inside the system, but he could not understand where the things that were provided to him according to the promise of the king of the underworld were. After a few seconds, the system was updated. His characteristics as a shadow god were lost, but in return he gained power, the skills of which were soul extraction and the execution sword of beginner levels. A skill called soul extortion was described as being able to extract the karma of the souls of slain enemies by burning them in the fires of purgatory. The king of the underworld was known to be highly respected due to his strength, his ability to extract souls, giving some of his power to the owner, and even allowing him to use the abilities of the Lord himself. Having caught the monster, Li Chuan-sung will be able to extract its soul in order to gain more experience. When faced with many monsters, he would be able to avoid losing the agility of receiving wounds. If he needs information, he can call upon souls to receive answers based on their experience. Another ability was the previously mentioned Overlord Execution Sword, which carries out divine punishment against criminals who break their oath. With its help, the executioner gains rights to part of the criminal's power, using the effects of divine punishment and extracting the power of the defendant. It is worth mentioning that abilities such as power are divine power, so if its owner uses an item like the Sword of Execution to seal the gods, then he, like the Overlord, has the power to take away the skills of others. Based on this, Li Chuan-sung admitted that in theory he could even take an infinite amount of power, and even become omnipotent, placing himself above any deity. Upon learning of his new power, Li Chuan-sung even sweated a little with excitement. He was glad that he had not been deceived. Realizing the generosity of the king of the underworld, it was obvious that he was doing this for a reason, so it was logical to assume that Thanatos was really angry with the gods of another world, if he had already given such undeniable power into the hands of a murderer. Considering his low level of strength, the gloomy god was sure that the Sword of Execution was still beyond his control, because without experience in battles it was simply impossible to use such abilities. Speaking about abilities separately, he decided that the Execution Sword was still superior to soul extraction, but everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. It was obvious that the demands were too high, and his first serious opponent should be the one who broke the oath. Even if his enemies are these criminals, if he fails to destroy them properly, he will most likely suffer himself. Because of this, he decided to leave the Netherworld God's items sealed so he could focus on developing his own powers. Until he gained strength, he decided to only improve his characteristics. A moment after becoming familiar with the system, he ran deep into the forest where he was spotted by a monster called a black mamba. The huge monster immediately attacked the only daredevil who decided to fight inside the dungeon. The battle began. The guy was ready to become stronger in no time. He had a rusty beginner dagger at his disposal, which was more than enough for a participant with such incredible experience from the past. Thanks to his muscle memory, he instantly rushed to the attack and with one attack was able to get rid of the enemy. Even a bad weapon in the hands of a true master is deadly, and the gloomy god proved this in the battle with the first monster on his way. After successfully destroying the novice monster with just one blow, the guy began to receive messages about learning the novice technique and gaining a new level, with which his strength and agility increased. Moreover, the success of the most active participant in the dungeon attracted the attention of a divine being, who began to closely monitor the actions of Li Chan's son. The confident guy decided that his immediate goal was to become a beginner, which would make his enemies tremble with fear. Returning to the fact of the existence of dungeons, it is worth noting that people even treat disasters as if they were new opportunities. This also applies to deities, because they use missions to select candidates for priests and priests. In addition, the best candidates are given the chance to become divine apostles to represent their master and faithfully carry out his will. Many people in need of the power of higher beings, thanks to fate, ended up in the dungeon. Despite their faith and desires, not all were able to cope with such ambitions, and most of them died while the gods and stars did not pay attention to them. The harmful gods and stars do not care at all about the pitiful creatures dying a natural death for them, which was the usual order of affairs. Only a few can meet their requirements. They will attract attention if they can show that they have incredible talent and the ability to overcome. Seeing a message that a constellation called a great season for hunting was watching his actions with interest, Li Changsung decided that he had won the jackpot with his daring actions. He already knew who he was talking about, and the real name of this deity was Pabelsag. She is known to be the goddess of war, enjoying hunting and all manner of killing weapons. Despite her high status, by jackpot Chansung did not mean her, but her mother Tiamat, who is known as the original evil dragon. Looking at the bloody murder weapon, the guy was surprised with an anticipatory grin that he had already managed to interest such a large fish. He believed that Pabelsag was happy to observe his dagger technique, which is difficult to see among dungeon newcomers. The next message from the system was that the constellation was interested in what other hunting techniques the promising player could demonstrate. Having learned about this, the guy decided that he would satisfy the interest of the deity of war and show her what she wanted. Moving further through the forest, Li Chang's son felt a strange smell that was spreading in that place. The first half of the forest was filled with toxic air, so I came to the conclusion that most likely most of the monsters were poisonous too. After thinking about his actions, he decided to proceed with Plan C. At the same moment, two monsters of the same species as the black mamba attacked him simultaneously. To get a good start, the guy decided to start with snake hunter techniques, because it was the best he could use against such an opponent. Using a low-ranking dagger technique, he once again got rid of weak enemies who trembled at the mere sight of his past guise as a shadow god. Thanks to a successful attack, he again earned experience points. The system continued to notify him of success rewards every time he got rid of an opponent. As a result, in such a short period of time, he managed to once again increase his level and update his characteristics, gradually improving the parameters of his body. The sight of the newcomer's incredible superiority clearly attracted the deity. The system displayed a warning that the guy was destroying the inhabitants of the front part of the forest at high speed. Thanks to constant battles with black mambas, the blade of the low-ranking dagger began to become sharper. Constant levitation improved concentration parameters in battle. The guy's body began to reach a new level. Looking back, Li Chansung began to notice that the local monsters had changed their behavior. The system reported that the black mambas began to perceive him as their natural enemy, which instinctively instilled fear in them. At that moment, protection from monsters turned into a real hunt. Light hunting gave the guy the title of executioner of black mambas. Thanks to killing hundreds of monsters, he was able to gain an additional 5 points of strength and the passive skill of instilling fear in snake-like monsters. Enjoying the battle, the gloomy god decided to continue getting rid of enemies in order to sharpen his dagger even more. He could only experience such awe and excitement in battle. Remembering his life before losing his status as a shadow god, he thought that on Arcadia, the feeling of battle aroused fear in him, but despite it, he also enjoyed it at the same time. He admitted that because of the divine restraining steel, everything went wrong and he was captured, believing that he was only bringing harm to the world. He was extremely angry about this and believed that this was not the real reason, but only a cowardly excuse from those who feared his power. In his opinion, the gods were simply afraid that some pathetic mortal from planet Earth might surpass them over time. At first he had no such intentions, but due to recent events, his view of the world began to change. Everything changed. Li Chuan-sung was ready to become the one whom the cowardly gods were so afraid of seeing that they deprived him of his divine status. After destroying countless monsters, the fallen shadow god had obtained the highest level of low-rank dagger technique. Thanks to this, he gained a mid-rank dagger technique skill, and the divine constellation began to tremble with his exceptional weapon skills. Having opened the system, he said out loud that it was too early to be surprised, since he had not yet shown everything he was capable of. The system began to inform him that his stamina was at its limit. Due to the exhaustion of his body, he received an offer to move to a safe zone in order to rest. But the guy had something completely different on his mind. He activated a skill of his power called Soul Extraction in order to gain all the experience of the monsters killed in battle. As he absorbed the power, he turned to another skill of this Pit Lord ability. Thanks to the activation of the Fire of Purgatory, he was able to successfully obtain the remains of the Black Mambas and restore 5 stamina points. Thanks to this, the message about body exhaustion disappeared and Li Chuan decided to continue the battle. The guy's behavior turned out to be extremely unusual for a deity. He was puzzled by what system the ability of a talented mortal warrior belonged to. Messages from the system continued to surface, emphasizing that the constellation was showing interest in explaining the adventures of a force unknown to it. The guy thought that the goddess Pabelsag would never guess that the newcomer, who had recently entered the dungeon, received a blessing from the king of the underworld himself. He decided that the constellation watching him was thinking about the abilities and attributes that players receive upon awakening. Even if Pabelsag was very inquisitive, he understood that she would not do anything towards the dubious guy due to the limitations of the principle of causality that were installed in the system. He believed that no one was so crazy that he would violate the principle just to see the data of an ordinary beginner. Continuing to fight, the guy noticed that his level, statistics, and skills were steadily growing depending on the number of defeated monsters. He was not worried about Pabelsag's interest, since he believed that the data protection system of the afterlife was quite reliable, because if not for it, then the information of his status window would have been revealed long ago. Opening the system window, he immediately received several messages about the destruction of monsters. Having killed the last Black Mamba in the location, he received a new achievement as a snake hunter, thanks to which he was able to gain additional power points and low-rank resistance to poison. Looking at his data, he noticed that his level and other parameters continued to rise steadily. Thanks to his achievements, he has earned points of magical power, so he should think about how to use the acquired skills. The system reported that the player should earn the favor of a god who was interested in his actions. This was good news. Having finished with the Black Mambas, he decided that red and bloody snakes were next in line. Thanks to his low-rank achievement, he gained a weak immunity to poison, which in theory should make his battles with new enemies easier. Turning to location data, it is worth mentioning that the Bloody Mamba is considered the main one in the forest. It controls the rest of the monsters of its type. While it seemed that it was impossible for a beginner who had not reached level 10 to defeat her, but despite this, Chuan-sung was thinking about destroying the boss alone. This was a great opportunity, and the guy thought that this way he could attract the attention of the gods. A more important reward will be a trophy. The poisonous fang of the Bloody Mamba is known as an item that helps to quickly gain immunity from poison. It is worth mentioning that one of the reasons why the Shadow God lost the war was because his enemies were outnumbered, and also the fact that he was hopelessly weak against curses and poisons. Angrily remembering the curses, he thought that he needed the fang of the Bloody Mamba in order to gain immunity. Within a moment, he noticed how his weapon began to collapse. At the same moment, he received a message that the rusty dagger for beginners had expired. Sighing, he was surprised that despite the number of monsters destroyed, this item could last so long. While thinking about where to get a new weapon, he heard a whistle from the sky from an object that was rapidly flying towards him. An object fell next to him that looked like a weapon. Taking a closer look, he noticed the image of a dragon and realized that this was a weapon from the goddess Tiamat. He couldn't believe that the goddess had decided to sacrifice one of her items for the fun of observing the actions of a mortal warrior inside a low-ranking dungeon. After the weapon appeared, the system reported that the constellation presented him with this gift in order to make a bet with him. The conditions stated that if the guy loses in the boss fight, then the goddess interested in him will take the gift and kill him. Looking at the daring appeal, it became clear to him that this was a challenge, because the deity from the very beginning began to talk about his death if he lost. It is obvious that the constellation only thinks about itself, while ordinary players are just entertainment for them. Because of this phenomenon, Li Chang-sung, as a person, having learned the essence of higher beings, sincerely hated the gods. But despite their arrogance, this time such behavior was to his advantage, because if he played the situation correctly, he would win. If he obtains the dagger of the goddess Tiamat, it will greatly affect his future battles. The bet was accepted. The system reported that the deity was laughing, as he really liked the courage shown on the part of the player. A sudden task was created with bet conditions. Meanwhile, movement began inside the ring of the beginning of the dungeon. A man began asking everyone to gather, which caused indignation onlookers. They were clearly unhappy that he began to pretend to be in charge. The loud man standing in front of them introduced himself as Second Lieutenant Park Hae-sung, a C-rank player from the Awoken Squad under the command of Military Defense Support. He said that in case of an emergency, everyone should follow his instructions. Hearing his words, the guys breathed a sigh of relief, as they were glad to know that at least one player was among them. On the other hand, they remembered that stranger who ran into the forest alone the moment the dungeon mission appeared. They sincerely hoped that nothing bad had happened to him. Looking into the forest, they assumed that he ran in a particular direction because he thought he would get lucky. Despite the heated discussion on the part of the young participants, a girl was sitting under one of the trees in no mood and was not even going to join the discussion. One of the guys replied that he did not agree with the majority opinion. He believed that the stranger must have a huge amount of money, if he was so confident in his own strength. He confidently said that they saw the one called Tyrant, the leader of the ST team. The guys remembered him because of his name. One of the guys said that thanks to his appearance, Tyrant starred in many advertisements, even though as a person he was considered a very unpleasant person. There were rumors that he was the one who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Those who were aware of his success could not understand why he then went into the dungeon. The all-knowing guy shared rumors that, in fact, Tyrant abandoned esports and became an alcoholic, which is probably why he began to experience a lack of money. Another option he considered was his difficult moral state. He believed that having lost everything, the Tyrant decided to say goodbye to life inside one of the dungeons. After his daring words, his friend joined the conversation. He warned everyone that the guy in the blue jacket was drunk and could not control his speech. A moment later, all participants began to receive messages from the system that all the Black Mambas had been defeated. The participants were shocked by such information, because they had not seen anyone who would be capable of such a feat in such a short period of time. One observant girl noticed that all the participants were in the safe zone from the very beginning, so she did not understand who was able to eliminate the novice monsters of the dungeon. The following messages surprised even an experienced player. He learned that the monster called the White Worm and all the Blue Crows had been eliminated. In addition, he was alerted by a message about the destruction of a boss called the Red Mamba. After this, the system reported that the player Li Chan-sung became a berserker. At that moment it became clear who exactly was behind the events. Onlookers could not understand how this could be possible. The words of the guy in the blue jacket turned out to be ridiculous rumors and he was very angry, as he had deceived everyone present. Meanwhile, Li Chan-sung was among the destroyed enemies. Thanks to the new weapons, dealing with them was not a problem. He began extracting the souls of monsters in order to gain enough experience. Having fulfilled the terms of the bet, he received a message from the system that the constellation deity was interested in finding new apostles and priests who would promote her faith. All the decent priest roles were already taken, but despite this, Pabelsag found a good offer. She saw the guy as a candidate for the apostles of her personal army. The system warned the guy that he could not be accepted so easily, because first he had to pass a test. He had 24 hours to destroy the bloody mamba with a temporary dagger. The condition stated that if successful, he would receive the tooth of an evil dragon and the opportunity to join the selection for apostles. For the guy, this was not surprising, because he understood that the goddess was very interested in his abilities from the very beginning. It looks like he had an emergency. He remembered that there had previously been a big conflict between the goddess Tiamat and Marduk, so it was logical to assume that this was somehow connected. It is worth mentioning that Bel Marduk is the strongest zodiac sign among the 12 constellations. It is known as Taurus. The task was not easy, but he was sure that if this was true, then he would be able to significantly improve his level and obtain very valuable items. Looking at the gift dagger, he noticed that it was an unusual weapon. It was known that in order to protect her child, the original evil dragon created a dagger from her fang with its own character. The category of the dagger classified it as a sacred weapon. The power of the attack was impossible to determine. Since he had borrowed this sacred item, he could not use all of its original capabilities until he had it completely at his disposal. This was what was needed, but the greed of the shadowy god forced him to offer the deity another bet. The divine being was at a loss, and in order not to waste time, the guy clarified that he was proposing to set the time frame for the mission at 30 minutes. Pabelsag was shocked by this proposal. The young man seemed too self-confident. Li Chang-sung clarified the details and said that he would kill the bloody mamba in 30 minutes and give the constellation a great show in the form of a mesmerizing battle. In exchange, he asked for the best reward from the ones specified in the bet. The guy's audacity delighted the deity, and Pabelsag accepted the terms of the new deal. She also added to the conditions that in case of loss, the end of the participant's life would be painful. Having heard from the system about the positive response of the interested deity, the guy went on a mission. He quickly reached the huge monster, which was the strongest among the snakes, with whom he had fought earlier. This snake did not feel a sense of fear towards the player like less powerful snakes did. She immediately struck. Thanks to his incredible agility, Li Chang-sung dodged in an instant and was able to climb onto the body of a huge monster. As he moved forward towards his goal, he was eager to test the power of his new weapon. Having reached a convenient part of the enemy's body, he took out his gift dagger. The power of this weapon was more than enough to penetrate the bloody mamba's strong defenses. Despite the low level, the guy continued to destroy the body of the enemy monster. Having destroyed this monster in a matter of seconds, Li Chan received a message from the system that he had gained a new level. In addition, his strength had increased by 3 points. After successfully destroying the snake, he saw flying lizards appear behind him and rush towards him. Switching to a new opponent, the guy easily dealt with the first of them. The system began to report an increase in agility, and that rumors of his bet with the deity began to spread at incredible speed. As a result of his actions, not only Pabelsag, but also several other gods were surprised by the performance. Some of them were interested in finding out how the newcomer had such incredible combat experience. The excitement of the battle brought the guy pleasure, and moreover, he managed to attract even more attention, thanks to which he would be able to get precious items. With a smile on his face, Li Chang thought that the more gods that were interested in his power, the better it would be. In this case, he could count on more rapid development of his own abilities. Meanwhile, Pabelsag was surprised by the number of unexpected guests, and the system reported that she was persistently warning the other gods that the young man belonged to her. Approaching the new monster, the guy continued to receive messages about leveling up. He hoped that among those watching his performance there would be those who would generously reward his courage and strength. At the moment before the collision with the bloody mamba, he received a message about gaining the 10th level. Since he had already passed the beginner level, he was given a secret class for completing this task in the shortest time. Moreover, his statistics increased by 5 points in all parameters. Analyzing the situation, Li Chang thought that in his previous life he had the spearman class, but this time he does not have the opportunity to choose a regular level. It would be great for him to become the King of Dragons or the King of Darkness, but he knew that it would be really difficult. As we heard earlier, he decided that in this case the best option would be the power of the Berserker. He believed that Berserkers had great attack power, but they lacked common sense. Despite this, he was willing to avoid the ability's side effects with extra precautions. In order to win such an absurd bet, he decided that the unimaginable strength of a Berserker would be his best choice. With a sly smile on his face, he planned to use this ability to compensate for his low level, because he knew that even players at level 20 would find it difficult to kill a monster of that level. Opening the interface, he began to choose among the possible options. He began to shiver because after looking through 30 choices, he still could not find the Berserker class. Continuing to scroll through the system interface, the guy could not find the power he needed to complete the bet. Time was running out, he had only 6 minutes to escape. The final monster was already nearby and it was a matter of time before he noticed the player. Li Chang's son agreed to such a daring bet, but miscalculated because he could not find the required ability in the list. Meanwhile, the divine being had already begun to wonder how the player would cope in the remaining time. The 3 unknown gods also continued to watch. They were impatient to know Li Chang's choice of ability. The guy had only one way out of the situation, it was to change the plan. Looking at the list, the only thing he liked was the secret skill of the Rune Keeper. He was annoyed by the fact that he would have to draw runes every time he wanted to use this power, but he was attracted to the destructive power because it was superior to a Berserker in some situations. Moreover, this skill could probably help him compensate for his lack of combat effectiveness. A determined guy on the verge of failure decided to choose a Rune Keeper as his main class. His agility instantly increased and magical power appeared, which he did not possess. Among the statistics, new items have appeared, such as intelligence and will. The system also reported that the skill of creating runes of the lowest rank, as well as engraving runes, had been acquired. Starting to get used to the new ability, the system continued to report what the reaction of the deities that were observing him was. The divine being who was trying to gain the guy's power was simply shocked by his choice, while the rest of the observers simply began to laugh. Despite the reactions of observers, Li Chang's son was satisfied with his choice. Looking at the statistics, he confirmed his suspicions that 2 rune skills appear first. For him, this was more than enough to win, but he had to hurry, because there were about 4 minutes left before the end of the bet. After using the new ability for the first time, his statistics began to update. As a result of this, an additional 25 points were added to his intellect and will parameter. Meanwhile, the main monster of this location had already noticed the presence of the stranger. The player remained careful, because one blow from the bloody mamba could end their fight. Within a moment, Li Chang was discovered and a huge monster rushed towards him. Being in a disadvantageous position, the guy decided to change the location to a more suitable one, taking out a gift dagger in advance. Having dodged the first blow of the monster, it became clear that at that moment he could say goodbye to his life. Having gained some time, the player activated the skill of creating runes of the lowest rank. The system reported that the chance of success will be increased proportionally to the growth of the player's statistics. Holding his sword in front of him, the guy prepared for battle. First of all, he gave himself a small cut in order to use his new abilities. Thanks to the blood, he managed to stain his sword to fulfill the conditions for creating runes. In fact, he never thought that he would have to fight such a strong monster at a low level, so the skill he forcibly learned was just right for him. By drawing blood on the sword, rune engraving was activated, with which he could greatly enhance the power of his weapon. The system reported that the player had successfully engraved the explosion rune on his dagger, and preparations for battle had been completed. Despite the enhancement, the Bloody Mamba's skin proved to be too durable, causing the divine being to mock the player's actions. Although the guy was unable to damage the monster's body the first time, Pabelsag began to show interest in the newcomer's knowledge of runic symbols. While using the skill, the guy successfully engraved all the runes thanks to his concentration and will, for which he was rewarded with an increase in the level of his ability. Although he was rewarded with a 5-fold increase in the explosion rune for a minute, the magical power was already spent and the player fell into wild hunger. By the end of the battle, there were only 3 minutes left, and the Blood Mamba's body had still not been damaged. But Li Chan's son did not give up, because he believed that this time would be more than enough. Another powerful explosion from the use of the ability spread throughout the forest, and the dungeon recruits could not help but notice it. Even the experienced lieutenant was excited by what was happening. He thought that incessant sounds of an explosion of unknown origin were coming from the forest, which were gradually becoming stronger than the previous ones. Powerful explosions began to panic the newcomers and they began to loudly discuss what was happening without their participation. Within a moment, they received a message from the system, which satisfied their interest. They learned that player Li Chansung had launched a raid on the boss alone. Upon learning that we were talking about a Bloody Mamba, they were shocked. Such an early raid on the boss raised no less a question than the presence of the name of a known sportsman with a bad reputation. One of the enraged guys decided to sow panic and shouted that Li Chan was trying to drag them down with him, provoking one of the strongest monsters in the dungeon. Angrily remembering the past, he noticed that Li Chang behaved in the same way at matches. He headlong did only what he wanted, without thinking about the rest of the team. After these words, the restless guy turned to the soldier with a request to do at least something. But the young guy's panic did not affect the experienced fighter in any way. He recalled his words that they should stay in their places. He believed that if they disrupted the formation even slightly, then the death of all participants would be inevitable. The excited guy was ready to say goodbye to life. He began to curse the one who went to fight the boss alone. Meanwhile, a more reasonable and experienced fighter began to analyze the situation. Looking at the light above the forest, he decided that it was associated with decisive blows. Without understanding the origin of such power, it became obvious to him that Li Chang's skills were beyond his imagination. At that moment, the thought occurred to him that they still had a chance of survival. Under the illumination of a power of unknown origin, he could only guess what was happening on the battlefield. The explosions continued, the battle was in full swing, and the time for the bet was running out. During the battle, the gloomy god became so immersed in the use of power unimaginable for the participants that he began to lose his human appearance. In order not to lose his own life, he put everything he could into each explosion. After another powerful explosion, the long-awaited calm began. Participants in the dungeon began to receive messages from the system that they had successfully completed the hunt for the first boss called the Bloody Mamba. The worried soldier breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the efforts of just one player, their group managed to clear the first zone of their mission. After completing the task, Li Chan's son was able to take first place in the dungeon rankings, collecting the maximum 5,000 points. The system said that rewards will be given according to achievements. After seeing such an incredible fight, the lieutenant decided that there was a possibility that he was witnessing the birth of a new member of the 10 Kings. When the guys began to slowly move towards the outskirts of the gate, the main boss suddenly appeared from the forest. The frightened players could not believe their eyes, because just recently they had seen a message that the Bloody Mamba had been defeated. The terrifying gaze of the monster, which required at least level 20 for a fair battle, terrified everyone who was closer to the forest. Of course, at that moment the guy in the blue jacket and his comrade began to say goodbye to life. They probably cursed Li Chansu, believing that he had somehow bypassed the system and passed off a false victory as reality. Within a moment, the body of the bloody mamba fell to the ground right in front of the frightened newcomers. As it turned out, the monster did not get inside the safe zone on its own. It was just a body that the winner brought. Those who stood behind escaped with only a slight fright. Few of them managed to see in person the guy who, at the very beginning of the dungeon, was quickly rushing into the forest. With a purposeful and cold gaze, Li Chang assumed that he had reached the safe zone where the rest of the players were. The lieutenant was the only one who had the strength to answer. He confirmed the assumption of the savior of his squad. After making sure he was in the right place, Li Chang turned to the onlookers and announced that the boss was finished. After that, he asked the players to clear the forest of weak monsters, which he left so that the rest would have a chance to survive and gain important rewards. Understanding the superior power of the strongest of the squad, the lieutenant took his words not as a request, but as an order. Being grateful for what Li Chang had done, he suggested that he rest while they set up camp. Continuing to drag the boss's huge head behind him, Li Chang refused the offer, saying that the other players would be uncomfortable being in the same company with him. The boys began to doubt whether he really was the one known as the tyrant. He seemed like a completely different person to them, and some players began to assume that a real demon had appeared in their ranks. While the others were thinking about who helped him, the lieutenant began to laugh that the danger had passed. The guy in the blue jacket was clearly not amused. He was still angry, because he could not tolerate the impudent cyber sportsman who acted alone. His anger could be seen from the emotions that he could not hide. Looking at Li Chang's son, he agreed with the opinion that this was a completely different person, and maybe even a demon. After leaving the safe zone, a smile appeared on the player's face. He was amused by the rumors that people were treating him like some kind of monster. Before opening the second part of the forest, he had enough time to rest. The guy stopped in a convenient place and threw the body of the killed monster. To begin with, he decided to try protective ways of using runes and engraved a barrier rune on the stone. Thanks to his new experience, he managed to increase the level of this skill, and the barrier worked the first time and protected his prey from other players. During the battle period, his lowest rank rune creation skill reached the maximum level, so the highest rank skills were unlocked. Separating himself from the others, Li Chang first decided to distribute the rewards. Some rewards were still in standby mode, namely rewards for winning a bet. The guy received a list, after examining which he decided that it was useless to choose prey at a low level. The fawn of an evil dragon was still enough for him. At that moment, the choice seemed obvious and he settled on additional points for achievements. Thanks to this choice, he gained 15,000 karma points. With a grin on his face, he believed that he needed a thing that would unite the world of people and the kingdom of the gods. His plan was to prepare to open a store for the system he was working with. To clarify the details, he opened his interface and saw a number of updates. He reached level 15, tolerance to low-rank poison of the 5th level and 50 units of additional statistics. The rapid development of the power level of the Lord of the Underworld was great news, thanks to which the idea of dragging the body of the bloody mamba was relevant. Looking around, the guy noticed new messages from the system. In his possession was one of the rewards from the task of overthrowing the boss. Despite his success in the bet, the divine being was reluctant to share any additional rewards with him, and the other gods changed their attitude and began to take an open interest in the identity of the mortal warrior. After the other gods showed interest in the guy, Pabel Sag showed her jealousy and once again warned the observers that if they touched what belonged to her, then they would not be able to escape the wrath of the dragon. After these words, she changed her mind and offered a second reward for winning the bet in a limited time. The list included an Anatazan gold bar, a heavenly cup, and an almighty stone. The items provided demonstrated the deity's generosity, as they were famous dragon treasures. Pabelsag shared her opinion that if her task is to meet the needs of the future apostle, then no treasure can be too much. The other gods were surprised by the generosity of this offer, and were themselves interested in ways to obtain rare items. Despite this, The guy had some cunning plan in his head and he simply refused the reward. In response to his action, the system reported that the divine being was confused, and some gods began to question the intentions of the daring player. Due to the refusal of rewards, the system compensated them with 1 million karma points. By allowing the reward system to accumulate, Li Chang creates the opportunity to dispose of it as he pleases, regardless of the deity's decision. The impudent behavior caused the obvious displeasure of the goddess of war. Despite this, in return she invited the player to become her apostle. But the cunning Li Chan refused the offer for the second time and gained another 1 million karma points. He said out loud that first he wanted to gain more experience, and also clarified that he did not plan to become a candidate. Looking at the results of the first part of the forest, the guy thought that thanks to a successful bet he was able to greatly increase his own strength and amount of resources. He could only smile at the system's continuous messages, which said that the divine being was angry because of the player's behavior, which had disgraced her in front of other entities. Pabelsag promised that Li Chang would regret refusing her favor. The gods began to anticipate interesting events. They drew attention to the fact that the player was not satisfied with being just a candidate for apostle. Those who had previously been disappointed in the guy's actions were truly delighted after recent events. The insane number of messages from the system could drive an ordinary visitor to the dungeon crazy, but not a gloomy god. He understood that when you show your real value, many will take your side. He was not aimed at Pabelsag, but at something more, for example, at her mother, in whose clutches there was much more power. He hoped that the fight with Marduk was not a fantasy, because in this case Tiamat would want to get such a talented player at her disposal. As a result of recent events, Pabelsag was so angry that she completely turned her back on Li Chan's son. This news only brought a sly smile from the guy, because everything went according to his plan. He thought that with this state of affairs, he could already move on to the next stage of his strategy to regain power. Taking out his dagger, he was ready to use all the monster's resources to the last, knowing that there was nothing superfluous in it for a beginner. As a result, he managed to obtain the blood, tendons and eyes of a bloody mamba, which were considered extremely useful items for beginner-level players. Some gods began to show interest in what the talented guy would do next. Rumors of the bet, and how he rejected Pabelsag began to spread throughout the skies. The gods interested in his actions began to connect to the dungeon channel one after another. While everyone was trying to take a break from recent events and the nervous stay in the safe zone, the guy in the blue jacket was thinking hard about whether he could change something. He hated the personality of Li Chan-sung, so with anger on his face, he asked his comrade if he himself could repeat what the e-sportsman with a bad reputation had done. The confused guy did not understand what was going on. His friend clarified that he would like to show himself as a player that is not inferior in level to his competitor. The guy in the red jacket couldn't believe the words his friend said. As it turned out, he believed that the achievements of the former e-sportsman could not be great, since he became an alcoholic. Envy of the dungeon leader forced him to believe in himself. He admitted that he didn't know about it before, but he heard that there was a place where a player could awaken his talent. As it turned out, he had already received a message from a god called Owl that he was interested in the talent of the player Yung Chun Jae. The daring guy's friend was surprised, because he knew that he had already passed the talent awakening test. A moment after this conversation, a bright flash appeared in the sky. A moment later something landed loudly on the ground. It was the administrator, a creature of very small size, but with terrifying power. The rabbit greeted everyone present and introduced himself as Harold, the administrator of the dungeon channel. He continued his unexpected appearance with a loud, high-pitched laugh. The positive creature with the gold watch in his hands acted like a child, which made everyone present worry about why he had arrived in the safe zone. His sudden appearance puzzled the onlookers and they began to carefully observe the administrator's behavior. While wiping his gold watch, Harold apologized for his behavior, saying that he had disturbed the participants completely by accident. Taking out a long and shocking microphone, he asked the players if they were interested in the reason for his appearance. As it turned out, something interesting happened, so he counted on understanding from those present. The lieutenant who took charge of the civilians was worried because he did not know what the consequences of the appearance of the messenger of God would be. Harold began his speech by saying that the Administration Bureau's policy is one of non-interference and the highest degree of freedom, so they try not to involve anyone during the players' dungeons. Despite this, he was forced to admit that there was a spike in traffic on their dungeon channel, causing the senior manager to start freaking out. He admitted that he was sorry, but due to such events he would have to increase the difficulty of the mission. The already excited participants, who did not even leave the safe zone, began to demonstrate their panic before the tests of increased difficulty. Raising his paw up, the rabbit loudly snapped his fingers, after which the safe zone barrier disappeared. Then all participants began to receive messages from the system that, in connection with the achievements obtained, a new difficulty had been set, due to which the safe zone disappeared, aggressiveness increased, and the attack power and power of the monsters increased. The reaction of the participants was quite obvious, because it became clear that now their chances of survival had decreased significantly. The lieutenant learned of these events once he was in a dungeon, which turned into a selection of the strongest. He barely survived that mission and nearly lost his left eye. Most of the participants died or were traumatized for life. It was a real horror that he didn't want to see a second time. The man remembered that at that time, the gods also called upon the administrator to increase the difficulty and find out if there were special newcomers worthy of becoming their apostles. He couldn't believe that he would have to go through this hell again. It was obvious that the gods began to believe that Lee Chan-sung had great potential. The appearance of a former esports player became a curse for the lieutenant from planet Earth. After a few seconds, everyone in the dungeon began to receive messages from the system that due to the increase in difficulty, the remaining rest time would be cancelled and the monsters would be given greater freedom. They were hungry, so the system prompted the frightened players to launch an attack on the predators. The monsters were approaching, so everyone was advised to split up into groups of up to 10 people in order to get profitable equipment. For catching monsters, they were promised a chance to drop fireballs, and to advance to the second part of the test they needed to collect 99 crystals. While leaving the location, the administrator approached the player Park Hae-sun and said his name out loud. The lieutenant was surprised, so he asked the rabbit how he knew his name. The herald replied that he could not forget the only survivor of the evil dragon's lair. He admitted that the Bureau continues to monitor him, so the administrator could not lose sight of such a player. Leaving the dungeon, he promised that he would pray for the mortal warrior of the earth. After these words, Harold disappeared, and the system began counting the appearance of monsters. The second part began and screams began to spread throughout the former safe zone. The monsters were quickly rushing to attack defenseless players. These were dogs that resembled Cerberus. With daggers for beginners, the guys began to panic and scatter instead of dividing into groups of 10 people. Among them there was also a daredevil, a guy in a blue jacket named Chung Chun-jae who was not going to run away, he was eager to fight. A fire of excitement from the battle appeared in his eyes. He believed that this was his chance to show his best side, because a huge number of gods were watching them. Once in front of the monsters, he received a message that a deity named Owl had sent him her blessing. Meanwhile, the carefree Lee Chan continued collecting resources from the body of the defeated boss, and this time he managed to get the poisonous fang of a bloody mamba. Having received an important item, the guy began to rejoice, because by using it, he would have a more advanced immunity to poisons. At the same moment, he received an unexpected message from the system that the second part of the test had begun. The timeout for rest is over. The gods made it known that they are waiting for the further actions of the talented newcomer. In addition, they began to place bets and make bets among themselves. Lee Chan guessed that the selection of the strongest had begun, and it was simply impossible to avoid victims. He hoped that he would have more time to prepare and assumed that this was due to the fact that he had won the bet with Pabelsag. Looking at the statistics of the dungeon, he was convinced that he had received more attention from the gods than he had expected. In addition, health and magic power still had not recovered, and stamina was the biggest problem of all. Since things weren't going according to plan, he couldn't afford to rest and decided to take action. The first monster that came across the path was a huge fire lizard. This was unexpected, because in the first part he met only poisonous monsters, but this time a fire salamander also appeared. He knew that this lizard possessed not only fire, but also a more advanced poison. Based on this information, the guy came to the conclusion that he would have to fight not only with this class, but also with metal poisonous monsters. Appearing before the monster, he began planning to improve his statistics in order to prepare for the next stage. The monster launched its first attack, and based on its power, there was simply no time left to defend, so Li Chang decided to dodge. At this stage, he planned to obtain the monster's power, namely the concentrated power of fire. As expected, the first attack brought some results, and his dagger began to release its real power. Despite this, he was unable to defeat the enemy with his first attack. Since he still had no immunity to fire, every enemy attack could cause him irreparable harm. The wounded fire salamander released a huge amount of fire in order to create a safe zone for itself. Despite the danger, Li Chan's son did not stop and rush to attack again. The only option was to fight at close range, so he deftly climbed onto the salamander's body and began to strike with his dagger. A powerful blow to the neck brought the desired result. The first monster of the second part of the mission in the forest was defeated. After destroying the first monster, the guy noticed that his body still lacked characteristics. He noticed that the stamina of the fire salamander cannot be compared even with the black mamba, so it would be difficult for him to hunt them in the event that several monsters attacked together. Touching the body of the defeated monster, the guy began to use the skills of the Lord of the Underworld. Thanks to this, he managed to extract the fireball, which means his task will be easier. Understanding the mechanics of the dungeon perfectly, he decided to immediately use the captured item. The system reported that Li Chan had successfully absorbed the fireball, resulting in lower rank fire resistance. In addition, he managed to obtain 20,000 points of fire energy. After using the item, he was able to use the fire breathing technique. Moving further, the guy thought that it would be nice to eat more balls in order to fulfill the second condition for gaining immunity to poisons. In addition, he was thinking about an object important for his development called the bowl of 8 trigrams of thermal energy. Having met a large crowd of monsters along the way, he decided that now he could collect the necessary trophies. The unique ability of Chan Sung's longtime enemy, Antares, is the constellation Scorpio. It gives him the talent of tolerating all poisons and the ability to recreate them from poisoned blood. Speaking of brute strength, it was safe to say that Chan Sung had the strength to stand up to Antares. But due to the ability of the Scorpio constellation, he failed in the clash against Gaia's curse, which destroyed his divine status, causing him to lose the ability to continue the battle. However, by a strange coincidence, he found himself in the afterlife, and thanks to Thanatos, Chan Sung managed to study some of the secret arts of the fallen stars. The Lord was kind and gave him the opportunity to learn everything at his disposal. The man stated that this knowledge would be useful in the battle with most of the zodiac signs, which would help the two of them. The fallen stars were considered criminals, so they were exiled to the underworld. The 12 zodiac signs gave everything to get where they are today, and some fallen stars can't forgive them for it. Each of the fallen stars, whom Chan Sung called the 10 elders, gave him their own technique. To begin with, Li Chang became familiar with the quick way to gain immunity to poisons. One of the deities blamed Antares for the death of his daughter, so he was doubly interested in raising a warrior who could carry out the long-awaited and much-desired revenge. And since he was the first to share his skills, Chan Sung called him the first elder. Having collected a sufficient number of trophies from the bodies of destroyed monsters, the guy was able to absorb the fireballs. This time, the power of his breathing had increased significantly, but despite this, he was still not satisfied with the result. After assessing the statistics, he came to the conclusion that with this level of fiery energy he would not be able to light an hour of 8 trigrams. Therefore, Li Chan went in search of new clusters of monsters in order to find the strongest and get his fireball. Meanwhile, a worthy competitor began to appear among the other players. Yung Chun Jae found the strength to fight the fire salamanders with the beginner's dagger. He literally broke loose and began receiving messages that the deity was interested in his power. Another piece of luck clouded his mind, and he began to arrogantly think that with his level of strength he would be able to trample Li Chang-sung's face into the dirt, showing his superiority. But when the second stage ended, there was real shock on his face. According to the results of the mission, he again lost to his main competitor, who scored 15 times more points than him. In third place in the ranking was Lieutenant Park Hae-sung, who collected 150 points, which is 3 times less than Chung Chun Jae. Dissatisfied with the results, the guy could not believe that, despite his efforts, he had lost to some alcoholic. He thought that Li Chang was using the dungeon speedrun. As soon as he thought about this, the deity approached his interface using system access and suggested doing the same. Chun Jae didn't know if there was a faster way to complete the mission, so he turned to the deity and asked him for more power so that he could fully meet his expectations. The owl agreed to help, so her answer was positive. While Chun Jae was on the verge of gaining incredible power, ordinary players wondered where so many talented warriors came from in their world. They wished to be as strong as Li Chan. The lieutenant was more confident. He continued to analyze the situation and compared his previous experiences with what he had to face this time. He noticed that on the third day of the monster wave, all the players were exhausted, but their envy of the more skilled fighters continued to grow. He could understand the indignation of the other players, because before their eyes, the same ordinary person had achieved incredible strength in such a short period of time. In addition, 2 people turned out to be effective players at the same time. Returning to his comrades, Chong Chun boasted that he was able to acquire a new skill. There was blood on his face, and his eyes were filled with rage. He stated that God had heard his prayers and now they had a real chance of survival. Meanwhile, Li Chan began to approach a monster that they had not seen before. Fire Ram was someone who could easily deal with an ordinary player. Chong Chun thought that at this rate, everyone would die before they even met the Queen of the Mountains. Despite his opinion, Li Chang continued to fight. The daring guide believed that the former esports player was not a person, but some kind of demon, and he could really be understood. Li Chan continued to develop rapidly, and, having destroyed all the fire lizards on his way, he was able to easily defeat a more powerful monster. Having dealt with the fire ram, he managed to find another trophy in the form of a fireball. He continued with his plan, so he took the thing. Having absorbed the next ball, he felt a more noticeable increase in fiery power. But he was distracted from continuing the hunt by the scream of some girl. Looking around, he saw the player that he had probably gotten lost and ended up in a cave in which a huge bear lived. The girl was already saying goodbye to her life, because previously she could not resist anything even to ordinary monsters. This time the faster and larger predator was seriously targeting her life. Only luck saved her, because the strongest of those who ended up in this dungeon were nearby. Having dealt with the monster, the confident Li Chan asked the poor fellow if she was all right. The frightened girl began to roar because she almost died because of the monster, into whose lair she wandered completely by accident. Li Chang-sung introduced himself and asked her to calm down, saying that he could keep her safe. When the stranger began to behave more calmly, the guy asked where her comrades were, since he knew that players should be in groups. Remembering the horror that she had recently experienced, he admitted with a weakened voice that they had all died. Moreover, the culprit for this tragedy was not the monster, but a member of the squad named Yung Chun Jae, who brazenly abandoned them and ran into the forest alone. Then the girl showed her hand, on which there was a bloody image of an owl. This mark was the work of Chung Chun. she said this name with hatred and mentioned his words that with the help of this he could share the power of the goddess. Looking thoughtfully at the girl's hand, Li Chang answered without a doubt that the vile guy had deceived them and put the mark of a demon on their bodies. He explained to the frightened and tearful girl that this mark meant that the player had sold his soul. As it turned out, the real sadness of an owl piercing the dusk does not look at all like what was depicted on its hand. Continuing his speech, he shared information that when a person with a mark dies, his soul and life energy are taken by the owner of this technique. The life energy of the poor fellows was directed to the host, and the soul to the demon, so it was logical to assume that Chung Chun Jie had become very strong. To the guy's surprise, he noticed that this seal was of too high quality. At that moment, he sensed the danger posed by the new enemy, realizing that this demon was likely superior to even the highest-ranked demons. Despite this opinion, he was confident that even such an opponent could not defeat him. The obsessive girl did not give him privacy and quietly escape. She continued to pursue the guy and begged him for help. It became a problem that the player did not know how to solve. Pointing his finger towards the body of the killed monster, he suggested that the fact that he saved her from the fiery bear should be quite enough. Having a great desire for salvation, the girl said that she would do everything in her power. She was willing to clean, do laundry, and cook just so Li Chang could help her become stronger. Looking into her eyes, the player noticed that the frightened girl began to change. To understand the motives of this stubborn girl, he asked what her motive was and assumed that she wanted to personally take revenge for her friends. Avoiding answering, she pulled out her last chocolate bar and offered it as proof of her good intentions and incredible trust. The girl seemed very reliable. She promised that she would do whatever she was told to do in exchange for a guarantee of protection. Hearing her fighting spirit, Li Chang suggested first putting in place the one who is to blame for the death of her friends. While they were planning their actions, their enemy was becoming stronger, because according to the terms of the contract, he received the remaining life energy of his defeated comrades. Chong Chun was turning into a real demon, gradually becoming stronger and stronger, while Owl was happy that her family was growing rapidly. Looking at his comrade, the guy in the red jacket couldn't believe his eyes. The impudent Chun Jie looked at his comrade with a cold and cruel gaze. Such a sight made the guy afraid, so he decided not to bother him. As it turned out, even a close friend was among those who suffered from their own gullibility. Looking at his hand, the guy said that this seal worked strangely, and instead of giving him part of the power of the deity, it only limited his actions. In addition, he noticed that Chun Jie began to behave extremely inappropriately. He led a new group of 10 people and began sending the poor fellows with seals into the forest so that they would fulfill his requests. At that moment, he realized that his comrade had become a real demon, which had turned them into slaves. He felt helpless and described it as if they were locked in a cage. Having collected everything he needed, Chun Jie shouted to his charges that they should follow him. He wanted to start a raid on the boss. With a terrifying expression on his face, he turned to his competitor, saying that he would destroy him in the near future. Such violent behavior of the vile guy attracted his deity, and the owl enthusiastically watched his anger. Li Chan and his companion continued to complete the dungeon. The girl was frightened by the sight of an unfamiliar phenomenon and began to run away. At that moment, the system reported that many divine beings were closely watching the players and were actively clearing the dungeon. Another escape of a girl with a brand on her hand seemed an embarrassing sight, but despite her desire for revenge, she had no other choice, since her powers were limited. The phenomenon she was running away from was the player's activated skill called Storm Spirit. This skill was not used to harm her at all. As it turned out, there were enemies behind her. It was a whole crowd of zombies on whom the rune of infatuation for a defenseless girl worked. She performed her rudder, and the 2 techniques of the shadow god got rid of most of the enemies. Those who lacked the power of the assault spirit fell at the hands of the former sportsmen. Seeing this, the girl began to slow down as she realized that she was part of a cunning plan. When it was all over, Li Chan approached the girl and noticed that she had a real talent for escape, which is why she still didn't die. He warned her that he planned to engrave the infatuation rune on her body so that it would attract monsters in the area. This proposal worried the defenseless girl, but the guy convinced her that she just needed to run for the enemies to come out of their hiding places. He asked her not to pay attention to what was happening behind. With this tactic, Li Chan was able to effectively spend his time and destroy enemies who practically did not pay attention to him, as they were focused on hunting for the owner of the rune. Having destroyed the last monster, the guy received some energy and called the girl to return to him. She reported that she did everything as her protector asked and attracted all the monsters within a radius of 300 meters to this place. In addition, she completed preparations for the new stage of their overall plan and even made sure that everything was in order. Having heard a positive answer, the guy asked her to run as far as possible, since she could not do anything with whoever appeared. The girl instantly agreed to the proposal. Looking into her eyes, the guy saw a heavy burden, but he could tell for sure that she completely trusted him. Li Chan hoped that she would not get hurt and that everything would go according to plan. At the same moment the girl disappeared from view, a huge dark cloud appeared. What was happening was obvious. A huge amount of poison was approaching him. At that moment, the final boss appeared in front of him, which was known as the decaying plague spider. A huge creature with incredible destructive power struck its first blow. Seeing this sight, the girl was simply in shock. She couldn't believe that her new friend would fight such a huge monster alone. Despite her anxiety, Li Chan had enough time to prepare well for the fight. Covering part of his face, he began to release the previously accumulated magical energy. With these movements, he performed a technique with which he was able to activate an eye that resembled the eye of a dragon. Taking a look at the enemy's body, it became obvious that the zombies they had previously encountered were his personal skill. A huge creature with terrifying power was so large that it was comparable to the tallest trees of the forest. Shouting loudly, the plague spider demonstrated its readiness and announced the beginning of the final battle of this stage of the mission. The powerful force did not frighten the player in any way. As it turned out, earlier he received a message from the system that the serpent entwining the world was interested in the guy's strength. He had a high opinion of him, so he bestowed a new skill. The snake's eyes temporarily became the eyes of a viper, and Li Chan gained new power. The eyes of the viper gave the guy a number of advantages. The word snake, he could instantly determine the location of the victim, as well as quickly assess the territory and determine the main thing on the battlefield. The guide believed that the deity gave him the skill without conditions because he wanted to find out what the player was capable of. He liked the serpent's trust, so he was ready to demonstrate his strength. Using the viper's eyes, it was not difficult for him to calculate the enemy's weak point and choose the time convenient for the attack. Before using his power, he gathered the fiery power of the captured items and activated the immunity to the lower rank poison. The accumulated items increased his level of immunity to poison, and the accumulated fiery energy burned out the poison that managed to get into the player's body. Having activated these skills, the guy received a new achievement for absorbing a huge number of fireballs. As a reward, he managed to get an increase in the fire attribute and additional stamina points. Having prepared himself for the enemy's passive abilities, Li Chan Sung rushed into battle. He found the plague spider's weak points in advance, so he chose one of its legs to attack. With one powerful attack from his dragon dagger, he was able to easily cut through his opponent's body. The monster began to scream from unexpected pain. Seeing an incredible number of rotten zombies under him, the guy thought that he should hurry up with the implementation of the plan to strengthen himself. In order to ignite the flame of the bowl of 8 trigrams, he began to select what would burn well. From his experience fighting as a shadow god, he knew very well that poisonous monsters burn the best. Despite this opinion, with the help of his viper eyes, he was convinced that there was something even better. He noticed the plague spider's tonsils and decided they were an even better target. Having aimed at the enemy, he saw the most convenient trajectory for attack. Li Chang charged with a huge dagger swing and aimed at the area near the monster's heart. Using all the weight of his body and all the strength of his arms, he struck. Despite his best efforts, this was not enough, and his dagger was unable to penetrate the enemy's strong body. This turned out to be too difficult, and Li Chang-sung began to think about how to carry out this plan in a simpler way. At the same moment, he noticed that the plague spider had begun its counterattack. Huge amounts of liquid began to be released from his body, which was an aggressive acid. The guy jumped back and began to dodge since he had no option for defense. The level he had reached in 3 days of testing was still not enough to withstand such an ordinary boss attack. Sensing danger, the guy with a determined look decided to use a reliable backup plan. Following the example of his girlfriend, he resorted to flight and began to leave the battle zone. Meanwhile, Jung Chun-jae was already approaching the place of the boss battle. Seeing many defeated rotten zombies, he realized that he was too late. He believed that Li Chang was not capable of such a thing, so he assumed that someone else had done it. At that very moment, it was time for reports from the system, and the system window popped up in front of him. In the dungeon ranking list, Li Chang still ranked first and had a significant advantage. This time Chun-jae was inferior to him by almost 30 times. The disappointing results of the 3rd day of the mission caused incredible anger in the guy. He began to get nervous because he saw a message that Owl was unhappy with the results. She contacted the guy using the system and said that he would not be forgiven if he continued to disgrace her name. She warned that this was his last chance. Due to his nervous state, he began to chew his finger until it bled and thought about what was happening. He believed that no normal person could become strong as quickly as Li Chang did. At the same time, he suggested that either there was a more efficient way to complete the dungeon, or that his competitor was somehow cheating. He believed that he could cope with this task alone and the goddess would again recognize his strength. But at the same moment a shocking message appeared in front of him that the player Li Chang-sung had begun a battle with the decaying plague spider, which was known as the boss of the 2nd stage. The angry guy with demonic skills rushed forward. He left his group in order to get rid of his competitor. While he was afraid that Li Chang was about to destroy the 2nd boss of the dungeon, his competitor was running headlong away from the monster, following his reliable backup plan. While avoiding battle, he received a message from the system that the plague spider was extremely agitated by the player's behavior. Remembering the conversation with the girl, he decided to trust her words. At that moment, she swore that she had finished the preparations and even made sure that everything was working properly. Since brute force was not enough, the guy decided to use the same preparations that he and his girlfriend had prepared in case something went wrong. The spider continued its pursuit and was approaching its target. At that moment Li Chang suddenly stopped. This was logical, because after a moment his trap worked and the spider fell through the ground. This result satisfied the player's expectations and he was ready to proceed to the next stage. The entire trap was filled with rune engravings that Li Chang-sung had prepared in advance. The monster fell down while the explosion rune was activated. As expected, a powerful explosion occurred and the fire began to rise. The system displayed a message on the interface that the decaying plague spider had begun to burn. The deity watching this performance began to laugh at the strange trap of a warrior from the planet Earth. At the same moment, the plan continued and the invasion rune was activated. Huge magical stakes began to pierce the body of the boss of the 2nd part of the forest. Seeing this, the divine being was unable to hold back his laughter, the snake laughing at the trap spider, which was considered a huge threat to the player. Li Chang-sung received a new achievement for successful attacks. His reward was increased intelligence and improved skill in setting lower-ranked traps. The guy jumped inside the hole, grabbing a pre-prepared cable. Rapidly approaching the enemy, he said with a confident look that this was only the first of the traps prepared earlier. The body of the plague spider was tormented. The monster could barely stand on its paws. There was fear in his eyes of the one he considered his easy prey. Looking up, he saw a player hanging on a rope, holding a dagger in his hand. Confidently, Chan Sung finally began his personal hunt. He knew that he was definitely facing the final boss, who had shed a lot of blood from the players. After that, he cut the cable that was stretched over the pit. During this, a rain of magical arrows from one of the runes fell on the spider. The spider continued to take incredible amounts of damage while making loud screams. Since the monster was cornered, it could not harm its opponent in any way and decided to resort to escape. Lee Chang-san immediately noticed this. He foresaw this course of events and prepared before the battle began. Approaching the monster, he stopped it with a series of dagger strikes. This time, the weakened shell of the monster could not hold back its blows. Along with the power of the dagger, magic arrows also caused damage. The wounded monster stopped. He could no longer run from his opponent. While Li Chan was fighting the final boss using all his skills, a group of surviving players came running to the battlefield. Their leader stopped the moment he saw the battle. He couldn't believe his eyes. His greatest fear turned out to be a reality. He saw Li Chan fight the final boss. Moreover, the former esports athlete was significantly superior to his opponent. Chun Jae understood that if their squad joined the battle, then they would all die. Fearing such an outcome, he decided that it would be better to simply wait until his enemies had time to harm each other enough. He wanted his rival to weaken before he suffered a crushing blow at his hands. The nervous guy began to think about how to carry out his plan. Another crazy idea came into the demon's head, which he considered working. Looking back, he looked at his team and thought that if he threw ordinary people at his opponent, then Li Chan would get tired much faster. Plus, he was sure that Chan Sung was not the type who would be willing to harm other people, so this, in theory, should have made his task easier. To make sure everything worked out, Chun Jae began to think about a backup option. At the same moment, he saw his opponent's partner, who would be quite suitable as a hostage. Chun Jae's ideas were extremely sinister. He watched the girl delighted with the battle and thought about how he could use her defenselessness. With a malicious smile on his face, the guy with demon skills thought that his plan was simple and ingenious. While the second-ranked player was thinking about his atrocities, Li Chan-sung continued to fight. The weakened spider could no longer resist, so the player's skill and the power of his dagger were more than enough to cause significant damage. Enemy techniques could no longer reach the guy, so all he could do was finish off his opponent. Another powerful blow caused the system to start reporting that the final boss was low on health. A series of strikes led to the system beginning to identify each subsequent strike as decisive. After delivering a series of blows, the law of increasing damage was executed, with which Li Chan destroyed the remaining health points of the decaying plague spider. After several hours of preparation and battle, Chang Jae was finally able to destroy the boss. Thanks to this, he was able to get a valuable trophy. In order not to waste time, he immediately began to absorb the remaining power of the enemy. Having absorbed such incredible power, the guy could not stand on his feet. After crouching a little, he began to release a large amount of poison, and the system reported that he had managed to reach the 20th level. The administrator informed the participants that player Li Chan-sung had cleared the last part of the forest required to complete the mission. After counting the points, the gloomy god still remained in first place, receiving 97% of the total points. For his merits, he received additional points from the Administrative Bureau, and a huge number of gods began to show interest in his experience and incredible strength. The dungeon began to close. The system reported that a number of gods were eager to communicate with the strongest of the players, while the divine being Serpent sarcastically said that only one of the stages was behind. He turned to the former shadow god and asked him to remember that he was the first to express his interest in his identity. Gathering the incredible amount of power that was inside the trophy, Li Chan did not pay attention to the fact that his ill-wishers were approaching him. Chun Jae was excited about his victory. he thought that his opponent was so tired that he could not stand up. At the same moment, he turned to the members of his squad and said that their time had come to fight. He ordered the players from whom he had taken away their power to rush into the attack, while he hid among them. Despite this, Li Chang was focused on his feelings. He was not worried about the possible danger and the fact that the dungeon rift began to open. Seeing his enemy's strange behavior, Li Jie stopped and continued to watch with extreme caution. A confident smile was clearly visible on the face of the most successful player. Chun Jie, considering his dastardly plan to be perfect, was simply infuriated by the fact that Li Chang was laughing while being a moment before death. But after a moment, the gloomy god had already begun to rise to his feet, while the system reported that one of the divine beings was bursting with laughter, as he believed that something interesting was about to begin. After the guy got to his feet, all the attackers stopped, and the system reported that the player Li Chang-sung and those nearby had fallen into a trap. Frightened by the strange phenomenon, Chun Jie could not understand what was happening. His plan began to fall apart, and he began to panic due to the fact that he feared death at the hands of a deity. Having caught everyone in his trap, Li Chang looked at his opponent with a confident and piercing gaze. With a sly grin on his face, he told Chun Jie the bad news that his competitor had made a stupid mistake. An angry Chun Jie ordered his fighters to attack the strongest participant in the dungeon. Despite the number of opponents, Li Chang was not worried and watched calmly. Although it was against his will, he understood that battle could not be avoided. Having no other choice, the guy rushed into battle to free his opponent's pawns. He was rapidly approaching his goal while Chun Jie shouted to his charges to leave the enemy. At that moment, players armed with beginner weapons began to receive a message that they had a new task to get out of the trap. The leader standing behind them was in a panic at how strong and fast the former esports athlete was. Without any doubt, he destroyed the players in front and approached his goal. Having no chance of escape, Chun Jie, enraged by the enemy's success, rushed to the attack. Crossing the daggers, he felt the difference in their power. His opponent turned out to be much faster and stronger, which is why the guy with the demonic skill lost. From a strong blow from Li Chang, his opponent's arm was turned in the other direction, and a deep cut appeared on his shoulder. Surpassing his opponent in all respects, the gloomy god began to laugh quietly and maliciously. From the very beginning, this fight looked like a beating. It was because of this that Chun Jie decided to avoid the powerful blows of his opponent and began to run away. Looking around in fear, he shouted to the damned players that they must stop the enemy. But none of them possessed their weapons sufficiently, so they turned out to be easy prey. Considering his opponent to be a real monster, Chun Jie thought that he needed to get even more power. Meanwhile, the third on the list of dungeon leaders watched this performance from the side. The lieutenant understood perfectly well that the gods were just playing with the fate of Chun Jie. He noticed that from the very beginning, they were only interested in Li Chang-sung. Young Chun Jie was just a pawn, a decoration for the emergence of a worthy player. The distraught player began to exterminate his own comrades in order to gain even more power. Remembering the past, he again felt the horror and cold that at that moment spread throughout his body. What was happening before his eyes was reminiscent of the atrocities of the gods that he had encountered earlier. By killing his comrades, Chun Jie began to receive their remaining life energy under the terms of the contract. But at one point, the effect of his technique stopped, and the system showed an error message. While he was thinking about what was happening, his opponent began to approach. In a matter of seconds, Li Chang closed the distance with his opponent. Finding himself in Chun Jie's face, he without hesitation launched a powerful blow that his opponent could not fully defend against. The strength of the guy with demonic skills was not enough, and the strongest participant in the dungeon again seriously injured him. Looking into the eyes of the vile man, he smiled slyly and performed the following action. With one powerful swing of his dagger, he tormented the enemy's body, and Chun Jie lost his left arm. The defenseless guy fell to the ground. he winced in pain as he could no longer resist his opponent's strength. Moreover, the energy of his fallen followers no longer replenished his reserves. He couldn't believe his eyes, but his technique was no longer working properly. The system reported that for unknown reasons, life energy began to be sent to another player. How Li Chang-sung was able to change the logic of the system remained a mystery to him. The calm guy decided to give his enemy a rest and began a dialogue, saying that the name Yung Chun Jae seemed very familiar to him. After these words, he paused thoughtfully. The exhausted opponent could no longer continue the battle. He asked if the sportsman remembered where they had met. But the extremely unethical guy replied that he still didn't understand who he was dealing with. His answer incredibly infuriated the one who sacrificed everything for his own revenge. He furiously shouted that he should remember him, since he was kicked off the team precisely because of the tyrant's actions. At the same moment, sudden surprise appeared on the former sportsman's face. Calming his emotions, he replied that he finally understood what he was talking about. As it turned out, they were previously on the same team. Despite all his efforts, Chun Jae could not live up to the expectations of his colleagues and was expelled. Approaching his opponent, Li Chan called him a crying guy that one day approached him and started complaining about being kicked off the team. Looking at the poor fellow with a cold gaze, he said that he had not changed a bit and remained a pathetic brat. Anger at the words he heard began to overwhelm the guy who was on the verge of death. Disagreeing with the words of the tyrant, he stated that he was no longer the same as before, since he had gained the power of the goddess Owl. At the same time, under the piercing gaze of his rival, he received a message from the system that the divine being watching him considered his pathetic servant worthless. This message was the last straw, and the guy completely plunged into panic. All his atrocities were in vain. He realized that he had again become a minor character in the story of his competitor. Before Li Chang struck his final blow, Chun Jae received a message that he had failed to complete the sudden task and had failed the deity's expectations. In despair, all he could do was scream loudly. In the past, he had already been in a similar situation. After being kicked off the team, he watched as his former colleagues lifted the competition trophy. He was sincerely jealous of the one who raised this trophy above himself. It was the team leader, Li Chan-sung. Filled with hatred, the guy, even though his former leader's career was over, still followed him in order to fit in. At that moment, he walked through the gate and became one of the players. Because of his hatred towards Li Chang, he said goodbye to his life. In addition, the system continued to report that he was still awaiting punishment from the deity for non-compliance with the terms of the contract. Yung Chun Jae was punished for his crimes, and his executioner was the one he hated the most. According to the rules for using the brand, his vital energy began to dissipate. The players standing nearby watched as a powerful force began to emanate from Yung Chun Jae. All this energy was directed towards the most effective warrior in the dungeon. The system reported that it would take some time for this power to be absorbed. The surprised glances of the surviving soldiers were focused on the one who had been fighting alone all this time. All this energy was directed to the point on the guy's neck where a mysterious rune was drawn. As it turned out, Li Chan had prepared in advance for the battle with the enemy. While in the cave, using a knife made from a monster's bone, he branded the surviving girl. He explained that she is now the same carrier of energy as Yung Chun Jae. The guy was afraid that when he defeated their common enemy, the amount of strength might exceed all their expectations and the weak girl's body would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, he changed his strategy and drew a path rune nearby, which is capable of distributing energy between the two of them. The divine being watching Li Chang was worried about what was happening, so he advised him to wait until all the energy was absorbed, since it was different from his own existence force. The serpent entwining the world, observing the suffering of the guy, turned to him with the help of the system and said that being greedy is bad and sometimes you need to be able to refuse. In addition, the system reported that the deity was in admiration of the guy's knowledge of how to break a curse of this level. The serpent encouraged the idea of using the rune to ensure one's own safety. The guy was angry at the god's plan. He felt as if he had drunk 100-year-old elixir, but not of very good quality. At the same moment, he received a message from the system that the unnamed deity had realized his idea and was continuing to think about what the gift would be for such an interesting and fun show. The shadow god admitted that he was definitely being tested, but he couldn't even guess who managed to stage such a scene. The gift was chosen. The system began a countdown, during which the players began to lose vitality. Seeing this, Li Changsung realized what was happening. The unnamed god's solution was to sacrifice the rest in order to reward the winner with power. Watching this terrible sight, Li Chang was given a choice whether to agree with the proposal or not. The lieutenant sitting behind a small stone was terrified. The nightmare from the past was repeating itself again. He believed that if Chan Sung did not live up to the expectations of the gods, then it was hard to imagine what their anger would be. He believed that if the performance was not interesting enough, then the strongest fighter in the dungeon would disappear completely. But looking at Li Chang, he saw that there was not a single emotion in his eyes. Based on this, Pak decided that the winner of the dungeon decided to take all the life energy that was offered to him as a reward. The lieutenant feared that he had no reason to refuse the gifts of the gods. He had no doubt that this would happen. Despite his expectations, Li Chansung surprised everyone and refused the offer, after which the countdown was stopped. The divine being did not understand the guy's decision. He believed that magical power was a worthy reward. In his opinion, human life is a convenient means for gaining strength. In response, the guy said that he could not trust someone who hides his name. These words gave the lieutenant hope. His reaction to such insolence was positive. At first, the divine being was confused, but then made the excuse that he did not know that his name was hidden. By revealing his name, he let the player know that he was a great demon haunting the abyss. When the gloomy god found out that he was dealing with Mephistopheles, he was shocked. The deity saw the unusual reaction and asked if they knew each other. The guy screwed up, so as an excuse he replied that he was simply surprised by the terrifying phrase in the name of the deity. Remembering the experience of his past life, the gloomy god could confidently say that he was dealing with the strongest of the great demons. Mephistopheles is so powerful that even the goddess Tiamat would require training in order to fight him. He had heard that the great demon liked to be alone and was known for constantly hiding from the public. The great demon turned out to be quick-witted and replied that he believed that this was not the reason, but admitted that he did not care. He asked the player to say what he wanted as a reward for the performance. At the same moment, another divine being joined their communication, asking the demon to remove his hands from what belonged to her. The appearance of Pabel Sag greatly surprised the guy, because she protected him as if she were her own mother. He didn't know what to do, so he was glad to see her back. While conflict was brewing between the two deities, the system reported that the closure of the dungeon had begun to resume. The countdown has begun. When the guy started to return, he heard the girl scream. She ran towards him, while low-level monsters continued to chase her. Frightened, but grateful for the guy's action, the girl shyly asked him to leave his phone number. In response, Li Chan's son threw a bone in her direction. The girl caught the object and wondered why her savior did this. The gloomy god explained that on the handle of this homemade knife there is an address where she can completely get rid of the divine mark. Before parting, he admitted that he was not yet good enough at creating them. After that, he suggested meeting again when a convenient opportunity presented itself. Having shared his knowledge, the guy decided not to wait for the girl and entered the rift himself. A bright light blinded the girl, while the system showed a message that the dungeon was completely destroyed and the participants' mission was completed. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was the bright light of the sun. There was a lot of noise around her. Rising to her feet, she noticed a huge crowd of people around her. In front of her were several surviving dungeon participants. They were under the bright flashes of cameras. The journalists realized that the dungeon mission had been successfully completed, so they decided to contact their headquarters to publish a rare scoop. The student continued to think about the events that had recently occurred. At one point, she was distracted. It was her parents. As soon as they learned about the appearance of missing people, they immediately went in search of their daughter. She was happy that she managed to survive despite all the difficulties. At that same moment, she remembered that she was able to survive only thanks to her comrade. After looking around, she couldn't find anyone like Lee Chan's son. The former esports player returned home first and managed to escape. In her hands was a trophy item from the dungeon, and it was the most valuable thing to her, since she received it from her savior. Towards evening, the gloomy god went out into the street in order to retire and enjoy the beautiful moon of his most beautiful time of the day. The system continued to work actively. It turned out that the snake entwining the world continued to watch him. He sent a message saying that it's good to have a busy life, but it's also good to enjoy the quiet night sky. Remembering his time in the underworld, the guy thought that he did not always stick to the pre-prepared plan, but was still able to complete the first part of his mission. His return turned out to be extremely successful. Lee Chan-sung enjoyed being in his hometown. The next morning, Lee Chan-sung went for a walk. He was accompanied by messages from the system. Pabi Slag continued to demonstrate her indignation. She was hostile against the gods interested in the player. In response to her impudent words, the serpent entwining the world laughed defiantly. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles ignored the communication of the other gods and continued to wait for an answer from Chan's son. Enjoying being at home, the guy did not want to be distracted by the bustle inside the system. To him, being able to attract the attention of 2 or 3 deities seemed like an incredible success. But during the clearing of the dungeon, he showed such a good performance that literally the entire audience became interested in him. This was probably the first time the dungeon had been so productive. Previously, no one could boast of such a rapid increase in strength, and the guy's experience was a mystery to everyone. The system began updating the data and prompted the player to choose a guardian god, which would grant him blessings and strength. He also received advice that he should choose someone who will be with him until his death. After this message, Pabel Sag stated that she was the best option. Since the player has outstanding hunting skills, she promised him the role of the first arrow. The serpent entwining the world said that he is the same as Chansung, because they both crave power. He promised him the role of a wise and enlightened one, which is considered an extremely worthy reward for his strength. Meanwhile, the great demon Mephistopheles silently awaited the player's response. He promised the talented fighter the role of the final observer. Continuing his walk, the guy thought that Pabelsag, Armungand and Mephistopheles could help him the most. Knowing their power, he no longer needed others as there would be no match for those 3. 3 minutes later, someone who could truly compete with the great gods appeared. It was the owl that pierced the twilight, and she showed him favor even after he destroyed her puppet. The guy recognized the real owner of that seal. It was Minerva. Minerva is a goddess who always fights for justice. He was not surprised that she was still interested in him. The guy assumed that she paid attention to him when he overcame the temptation of the seal to save others. Thanks to this, the cup found its balance and evil only slightly exceeded good. The gods continued to wait for the talented guy's answer that after the dungeon he returned to his home planet. The 9 gods were eagerly waiting for Lee Chan to choose his guardian. The system said that in the absence of one, he would not receive any blessing or power, which would make him significantly weaker than players of the same level. A few minutes later, the time to choose ran out. Looking at his interface, the guy received a message that he did not have a keeper. After that, he received a new achievement. The system called him an extraordinary person, which rejected all the offers of the gods. The number of angry gods who were tired of his endless greed began to grow. At the same time, the fame of his successes also increased, and his achievements reached 100,000 karma points. The guy understood that at this moment it was more difficult for him than before, when he was in danger of battle. The emergence of a new player could not but affect the World Players' Freedom Council. Known as an association, It is an organization under the Security Bureau. It was created decades ago to effectively combat the suddenly appeared dungeons and gates that turn the Earth's ecosystem upside down. Sometimes it provides additional measures. For example, international status or the right to investigation. This applies only to the top, which controls the entire association. Inside this tower was a center for monitoring what was happening in the world. They were dissatisfied with the work of the press, which was engaged in their disclosure. They had access to various information, such as the appearance of new gaps. Some of them argued that excessive demonstration of the strength of association increases anxiety among the population. The woman in charge of internal affairs was extremely dissatisfied with their actions, stating that she had not been able to deal with the consequences for more than 5 days. According to her, she evacuated presidents, put police and military on guard, and taking leaders by the collar, enlisted the support of neighboring countries in case of an emergency. But in the meantime, the work of a third-class association agent named Cha Yan was questioned by the press, which is why panic among the population was rapidly growing. A guy watching information on the internet asked to come closer to the screen to look at the latest article. The press found out about her existence and began to wonder who was hiding under the identity of such a powerful person. With such a busy schedule, this news further damaged her morale. In a tired voice, she asked her colleague where information about her activities could have leaked. Since the guy was in no hurry to answer, the girl showed her strong fist and threatened him with violence. She recalled her words that it was worth carefully blocking all external contacts. The tired man replied that something like that was much easier said than done. On the other hand, he believed that this was just a loud headline and nothing was said about the person known as L. In addition, he drew attention to the news that a newcomer had recently appeared, cleared a second-rank dungeon and disappeared without a trace. He believed that no one would believe such nonsense. The girl was surprised by this behavior of the newly minted talent. She called the stranger a sinister and modest guy. She was angry about what was happening in the country, so she believed that they should contact him faster than the clans. But no matter how they tried, they could not find him even despite checking all the surveillance cameras in the city. The girl's indignation was interrupted quite suddenly. A colleague shouted that they had found a mysterious newcomer. The girl immediately asked where he was. In response, she was briefly and laconically told that he was at home. Cha Yi-woon was surprised by this answer, because he did not at all fit the work chain of command, but her ward replied that he simply quoted the man's words. Li Chang's son didn't lie. He was in the environment that he missed from the moment he became a shadow god. The whole house was filled with the smell of homemade food, which the guy had not eaten since he left Earth. Since he was transported back in time, his appearance did not seem strange. His mother was surprised by his appearance. His son's behavior seemed strange. Looking at the guy with his hood pulled up, she admitted that he looked terrible. In reality, he was simply hiding from the eyes of the clans and the association. In addition, he behaved extremely strangely only because for the first time in hundreds of years he smelled homemade food. He was on the verge of losing consciousness from such an incredible smell that he had not liked at all during his human life. At the same time, the obsessive dog continued to tug at his clothes. The guy picked him up, saying that the joy of meeting was mutual. While he was enjoying the meeting with his family, his mother finished preparing dinner. She invited her son to take a bath while she set the table. Li Chang thought that he was truly happy to return home after hundreds of years of living as a shadow god. The whole family was gathered at the table, but looking at them it was obvious that none of them were in the mood for a pleasant family conversation. Feeling enormous guilt for his wrongdoing, the guy thought that this situation was the reason why he did not want to come. The elder brother could not stand the tension and was the first to give up. His sister rose from the table with him. Li Chan's father's family has several joint companies, so while living in financial prosperity, they all had good positions and high status in society. The head inherited the hospital, so everyone knew their name. At the same time, His mother's family consisted of scientists who were either lawyers or diplomats. Saying goodbye to her children, the mother asked when they would return. The busy eldest son replied that it would be late as he had an operation scheduled for the evening. Elder brother Li Chan followed in his father's footsteps and became a physician, while elder sister excelled in music and received all kinds of awards and general recognition. The girl was also not sure that she would be able to return early, since she had a performance planned far outside the city. Li Chan's son himself loved to compete since childhood, especially in games, so he was treated like an alien. He was not like the more successful children of the family. He was surprised by the family's reaction, because from their behavior it seemed that they absolutely did not care that the youngest son returned home a couple of days later in an incomprehensible form and with the smell of alcohol. While eating home-cooked food, he thought that his family was simply focused on good memories, and after hundreds of years he himself could no longer show similar emotions. While the guy was completely immersed in thought, his father could not stand it, and, after finishing dinner, asked why his youngest son continued to remain silent. Filled with regret for his past, the guy didn't know what to answer, so he silently looked at the table. His mother tried to calm her husband's ardor, but the determined head of the family asked her not to interfere. He turned to his youngest son and told him that when the Gemzo gates opened, his mother fainted from excitement. Everyone who could search for him was looking for him, as they said that he could have gotten inside, where it was very dangerous. His brother called all the hospitals in Seoul, worried that he was in intensive care, and his sister helped his mother look everywhere for him, so she could not go on a business trip abroad. Getting up from the table, he was indignant that a couple of days later his son returned under the guise of some homeless person and, as if nothing had happened, joined their family dinner. The father could not believe the arrogance and bad manners of his own son, who was so different from his successful brother and sister. Raising his tone, he declared that even the meanest children did not behave like him. He was unhappy with his son's lifestyle and said that if he wanted to continue causing problems for his family, he should leave home. The mother, alarmed by the tension, asked him to stop. She believed that her son was behaving this way only because he was sorry. She turned to Li Chan's son with a request to answer at least something to reassure her father, who was so worried about him. The head of the family did not wait for his son's answer and nervously walked towards the exit from the house, saying that he was in a hurry to go to work. The mother tried to stop him, but not knowing the solution to this situation, the man simply ignored her words. Li Chan noticed his father's tears and realized how much his family was suffering due to such a past. When leaving home, the father slammed the door loudly and did not even say goodbye to his wife. After that, the house became quiet. The mother spoke first. It was hard for her, but she still found the strength to say that when the father is angry, he does not watch his language. She was very worried about her son's condition, so she asked him not to take the family's behavior to heart. Having no other choice and not knowing what to answer, he simply agreed with his mother's words. It was only after he took a close look at his mother's face that he noticed that she had many wrinkles. His parents were getting old, and he was too careless and did not think about how his behavior affected their health. The guy admitted that all his life he was just waiting for his family to start taking an interest in his successes, but he didn't even think about being interested in them. Worried about his mother's morale, Li Chan asked her to return to the room, promising that he would clean the table himself. He was very sorry for his behavior, so he asked not to worry and said that he would be more careful in the future. When Li Chan's son returned to his room, he saw a reflection of what he was like in his previous life. There was trash everywhere. Alcohol bottles had not been removed for weeks. Regretting his behavior, he couldn't believe it had happened. The situation was more serious than he expected. At the same time, he felt a little support. His faithful friend, the little dog, was not at all angry with everything that the youngest son of the family had done. Picking him up in his arms, he began to enjoy the comfort of home and promised himself that he would correct the situation. He didn't even suspect that he was targeted by the association. Their head, Cha Yun, was already in a hurry to the meeting. She was driving a new model of a sports car. There were less than 100 of them in the country. Her colleague was simply shocked. He could not believe that with her pitiful salary, Yu Wum was able to buy her. The confident girl explained that she had many contracts, with the help of which she earned a fortune in advance. While the guy continued to be indignant, her thoughts were about how much she wanted to know what one of the most powerful players of their time looked like. She couldn't even imagine that this was a former esports player who returned home after another drinking session and began cleaning the room. The hard work was completed, but the system did not give him peace, because the gods were watching him. Divine being Pabelsag wondered what Li Chang would do next. She offered her help in improving hunting skills. In contrast, the serpent entwining the world reported that, like the player, he considers rest an important part of development. But Li Chang-sung was not thinking about their reactions and messages, but about how difficult his family's reaction to the recent dinner was. Deeply concerned about the situation, he decided to show them that he had changed and was no longer an alcoholic and a slacker, because he had become a grown guy who minded his own business. He decided to focus on being a great player because he was sure that if he did, his family would start treating him better. In fact, he considered this start to be even better than he expected. He believed that he could start Plan B earlier than expected. First of all, he should have dealt with the pathetic monk who lived on Earth. Before leaving the underworld, Li Chang asked the ruler who he should deal with first. The man replied that the answer was logical: the ruler of the earth should become his victim. Li Chang's son didn't yet know who he was talking about, so he inquired with anticipation about the name of the monarch. Thanatos expressed his confidence that the gloomy god had known him for a long time. Hearing that we were talking about Tiger, the guy's expression changed dramatically. He was filled with rage towards this monarch, and could no longer wait for the moment of long-awaited revenge. In his final moments as a shadow god, his divine trial included one of his greatest enemies. It was the tiger running away from trouble, and Li Chan perfectly remembered the way he laughed, looking into his face. He knew that this monarch was cunning, and it would not be so easy to catch him. In addition, he considered his enemy to be strong. Like a tiger, the monarch easily catches his prey and has a bunch of minions. Looking at his phone, the guy clarified the information that the monarch founded his own clan on planet Earth. Moreover, on their website it was indicated that in a month they would begin recruiting new players. This organization had a very banal name: the White Tiger Clan. The gloomy god knew that at the time when the first gates opened, many gods began to appear on Earth. As a result, groups of the blessed and baptized were created, which is what clans are. He thought that the pitiful monarch began his journey by becoming the patron saint of the White Tiger Clan. The name was too lame, which made the guy laugh. Only because he is a white tiger, he decided to call his followers by the same name. Analyzing the statistics, Li Chan learned that this was a huge clan with the first rank in all of Korea. The number of participants was simply incredible. Since he did not have enough strength to start a war, he decided to slowly cut off the enemy clan's resources without Tiger even noticing. Therefore, no matter what, he planned to complete all preparations in a month. Li Chang left the house to begin preparations. Before leaving, he warned his mother that he was going for a walk in the park by the river and promised that he would return soon. In order not to waste time, he used a taxi and quickly got to his destination. In fact, he was outside the city, in a forest in which there was no one. He thought that nothing should disturb him here while he completed some pending tasks. But before he could start cooking, he had to stop. An unusual feeling of heaviness in his lower abdomen reminded him of what life was like for an ordinary person on his planet. During his last meal, he got too caught up in his mom's incredible food, so he started thinking about getting rid of the excess with one of his techniques that he used inside the dungeon. On the other hand, he was already bored with such trifles, so he decided to use a long-forgotten familiar method. His body must have been in shock that after hundreds of years he decided to use the toilet again. The process inside is very familiar to us, and after relief, he began his task. It was too risky to be so close to the road, so the guy ran deep into the forest. Being on the mountainside, he decided that this place was secluded enough to begin. First of all, he opened his inventory and took out a captured dagger, which he used to make a small cut on himself for easy access to blood. With its help, he engraved his hand into the trees that surrounded him. The concealment rune used created a barrier around him. In this place, he didn't have to worry about being looked at by strangers. He was also concerned that his clothes would remain as neat as they had been before the walk. Having completed the preparation, Li Chan began the fun part. He accessed his system and opened his inventory to get the necessary upgrade items. They used spears and bones, small shields from the skull of a fire salamander, a fawn of a bloody mamba, and other trophies that he was able to get in a recent dungeon. He didn't have time to use all the collected items earlier, but to be more precise, he couldn't even do it. In times of constant battle, he was too risky to subject his body to such stress. Fortunately, he has now restored his characteristics and was able to begin improving his abilities. First of all, he used the poisonous glands of the plague spider, which was the main boss of the recent dungeon. While absorbing this item, he remembered the words of the elders that using poison is the best way to summon fire. The wisdom of the first of the elders was contained in his experience. He said that pure fiery energy would fill the player's body, at the same time getting rid of poison and destroy evil. This is called purifying fire. Demonstrating his abilities, he noted that the purifying fire immediately destroys foreign substances that enter the body, burning them to ashes. Moreover, in practice, the stronger this foreign substance, the stronger it will burn. This was the only way to obtain the fire of the 8-trigram bowl. The old man convinced the guy that there was no better way in the world to cleanse his body of accumulated garbage. Having gained enough fire, Li Chan decided to start with his heart. His body was pierced by an incredible amount of poison that began to burn, releasing unimaginable power. The newly used poisonous fang joined the battle inside his body, and the system reported that the item had penetrated his heart. The poison spread quickly, and the previously activated lower-rank poison resistance was too weak and its effect was not enough. The unimaginable pain and severe condition was so dangerous that the system advised the player to immediately get rid of the bloody mamba fang and begin detoxification. Despite such a dangerous effect, Li Chan continued to resist and soon acquired the poisonous snake gene, thanks to which he learned to produce a little bloody mamba venom. For this achievement, he was awarded another 50,000 karma. Despite the success, it was still not enough and the player's body reached a critical state. The system began to report that the burned claws of the fire tiger had penetrated his liver and intestines, from which the guide began to feel unimaginable pain. Goddess Pabelsag watched this carefully. She asked why he was doing this and whether he had anything that could help in such a dangerous situation. The serpent entwining the world was completely shocked that the guy discovered the hidden part. He added that the guy again had hidden aces up his sleeve. He was looking forward to the continuation of his story. Recognizing Li Chan's courage, the owl goddess communicated her favor and support to the system. Meanwhile, the condition only got worse. The burnt claws of the fiery tiger penetrated the guy's spleen and he was on the verge of death. Without fear of the consequences, the already badly injured Li Chan's son continued to absorb the power of the captured items, and this time the tonsils of the plague spider penetrated his lungs, thanks to which he was able to discover the hidden part of the reward. All 5 important organs of his body were filled with poison, while 5 different poisons began to suppress each other. Thanks to such unimaginable torment, the system began to notice that the status of the poison began to increase greatly. The poison resistance power of the lower rank was ineffective against such a threat, but the guy did not stop and continued to endure hellish pain. A fire began to ignite in his body. The system reported that if he did not immediately begin treatment, then he would definitely die. The gods advised him to stop this and began detoxification, as otherwise he would lose the abilities of his body and in return would become severely disabled. Li Chang's entire body was paralyzed, but at the same moment, he felt that the power of the inner fire had reached the desired power. The mana hidden within him began to turn into fire. At the same moment, his breath turned into fire, similar to the breath of a dragon. His fire awakened and began to rage, which is why he again managed to find the hidden part of the captured items. The fire began to rage even more, but Li Chang did not give up his ambitions. As a result, he was able to complete the preparation, and the system congratulated him for successfully lighting the ancient sacred forgotten fire of the 8 trigrams bowl. The new ability instantly began the automatic restoration of his body. All blood and energy pathways were opened, and the organs of magical power began to regenerate. The guy was satisfied with the result. He received the attributes of fire and poison, as well as a barbecue of magical power. A new achievement called the Phoenix guaranteed him additional stat points, the skill of continuous purification and additional immunity to 10 poisons, as well as poisonous blood, which is safe for the body. Opening the system window, he saw the new effects that he managed to obtain thanks to such hellish torment. Next, he planned to start getting weapons. His efforts began to bear fruit, but he could not even imagine what was happening inside his house in the meantime. Once at the player's house, Association leader Cha Yuwung was on guard while her colleague could barely hide his emotions of surprise. They were not the first to hear on the doorstep that the association really lives up to its name, and is the slowest of the organizations that works with the issue of new players. These words belonged to one of the fighters of the famous clan. He was surprised that the association had arrived so quickly and greeted the agent, calling her by name. Cha Yan recognized the daring guy. This is Xiao Jianquan, nicknamed the Sword of Wisdom, and he is the head of the Black Shamshir clan. Next to him was the second head of the White Tiger clan raid team. His name is Wu Yungun, and he is known as the Saber-Toothed Tiger. The impudent So began to laugh by saying that working for the state is an extremely unproductive thing. Biting her lip nervously, Cha Yuwung thought that she had been too careless and made a terrible mistake. Despite such tense events inside his own home, Li Chang was in no hurry to return and went to the Sangso area, where the shoemaker's alley was located. On the way to his goal, he bought sugar-coated cheese sticks. The guy could not fully enjoy the food of his native planet, which he missed for several hundred years when he was the gloomy god of Arcadia. He thought that there was no difference between filling himself with magic and eating. Yet he was not here for street food, but to remind the world that the rumors about the shadow god were true and he was indeed the king of divine weapons. The lord of the underworld, Thanatos, knew about this. During a discussion of the plan, he mentioned that when his loyal subject returned to his home planet, he would need various weapons. He believed that he needed a blacksmith to make whatever the player required. Li Chang was skeptical of his words, doubting that there would be such a person on Earth. The man answered mysteriously that he knew where he could be found. Despite the words of the guard of the abandoned shops, the guy was heading for the address that he received from the Lord of the Underworld. The man assured that they had been closed for more than 5 years, but this did not bother the player at all. He knew that here he would definitely be able to find the mysterious blacksmith named Oyezi. The guard did not lie, and there was a secure lock with a large chain at the entrance to the long-abandoned store. Although the weapons store had been closed for a long time, there were still valuable items inside, and Li Chang felt their power. He managed to smell the divine fire, which meant that a high-level blast furnace was used here. He was very interested in this place, so he waited until the guard left and took an illegal action. The smell of good steel inside the store forced him to destroy the outer lock to get inside. After opening the store, he was convinced that he was right. In front of him were whole mountains of valuable items that he would need in battle. The system reported that Pabelsag was surprised by the guy's knowledge of his own city. She spoke well of the emanating smell of metal inside the building. It was obvious that for the goddess of weapons, this place looked like heaven on planet Earth. The deity was in search of a good weapon. Pabelsag was completely delighted with what was around the player. At the same time, Li Chang discovered an item of interest to him. When he picked up an old rusty sword, the goddess began to scold him for looking at such a strange and useless object. She asked him to drop the so-called strange thing and asked him to look at another weapon, but Li Chang was sure that he had found exactly what he was looking for. At the same moment, he heard footsteps and a low male voice that asked who burst into his presence. Looking around, the guy saw the silhouette of a tall man holding his large Doberman on a short leash. Looking at the stranger with long hair, he noticed his strange behavior and realized that the blacksmith was blind. While Li Chang-sung was getting weapons, his mother received guests as expected in their home. In order to relax the situation a little, the woman brought fruit and offered a distraction. Her elegance and charisma greatly surprised everyone present. Even Cha Yu-woong and her colleague were delighted with how beautiful the actress was, that she was the mother of the player they were interested in. The pleasant appearance of Li Chan's mother was interrupted by another impudent phrase from the clan fighter. He suggested that newcomers were in great demand in the association, which is why even their slow leader decided to hurry up with the meeting. The man arrogantly stated that the appearance of several members of their team at the same time did not make sense, because they would not be able to get a promising player, being in such a difficult situation in terms of competition with a successful clan. The girl also thought that the clan members were behaving too unusually, because previously they were not even going to lift a finger in order to get a newcomer to the dungeon. She calmly replied that this time the situation was different, since we were talking about an outstanding newcomer. She knew very well who she was dealing with, because Seo Janquan is the most recognizable face of the White Tiger Clan, the strongest organization of players in Korea. He is also the leader of the dungeon raid team and constantly wears a fake mustache because he thinks that all strong fighters have mustaches. Behind him stood a member of the 5-Star Sword Clan. This organization was originally a branch of a large corporation, and then in a short period it turned into a huge clan. He is the head of the recruitment department. The tall man's name is Woo Yoon-gun. Based on such company, she decided that the guy was an unusual, outstanding newcomer, so it was logical to assume that Li Chan-sung was hiding something. What infuriated her most was that they all came for only one person. She was sure that if one of them could not hire him, then they would definitely make sure that no one at all, including the association, got it. The pause in the conversation began to strain the situation, so Cha Yu-woon asked what brought such busy people to visit the newcomer. Janquan replied that if he didn't come, then people would think he was a slacker. He was determined to get the young talent, so he asked the girl not to interfere in the affairs of their clan. At the same moment, the girl decided not to give in to the conflict, and stated that the player with the fake mustache had stolen their secrets, and was the first to start these competitions. In response, the man suggested that the agent's actions were an abuse of state power, but the girl with a strong character replied that he was wrong, while his actions could be regarded as interference in the work of the state. Their argument could go on forever and had a chance of escalating into a fight that could destroy the player's house. Mom intervened in their conflict and suggested that they both came to them in order to invite her son to the organization of dungeon warriors. Both recruiters simultaneously confirmed her assumption, after which they began to impose their opinion. The White Tiger Clan, the Wisdom Sword Clan, and the State Association began to compete by promoting the benefits of their own organizations. The actress, with incredible facial expressions, replied that she had heard these names and knew how diligent they were in terms of work. At the same time, she asked them not to rush, as she believed that her son should make his own decision. She believed that explaining such an opinion was a waste of time, so she decided to dwell on her own question. Showing their respect, both boisterous representatives of different organizations quieted down and began to listen carefully. The woman was concerned that the agents had mentioned recent events in which her son had spent the past 5 days in a dungeon. While searching for him, this was the worst scenario that she could imagine, so the mother decided to ask what happened inside that vault and what exactly her son was doing. Let's return to Li Chan's son. He had already started a conversation with the blacksmith, and the man was extremely surprised when he heard that the stranger wanted to make a weapon. He called the guy funny, because he believed that seeing his condition would change his mind. Oyezi asked if there were any guarantees that would allow him, as a blind person, to trust a stranger. At the same moment, the system began to display the opinion of the deities on the interface. Pablesag believed that the blind man was right and the player should abandon such a crazy idea. She reported that the weapons in this place were probably not made by his hands. At the same moment, the serpent also joined the system. He was upset by how noisy the rival goddess was and asked her to shut up. The guy's silence turned out to be unpleasant for the blacksmith, so he went to the door of his office and declared that if the guy came to mock him, then their conversation was enough and he should leave. He said that the forge was closed for a long time, after which he asked his dog not to stop. The astute guy stopped remaining silent and replied that despite the blacksmith's speech about closing the forge, he noticed that his blast furnace was still working. In addition, he noticed that his calluses on his right hand look quite fresh and indicate that the man does not stop working hard on his products. The blacksmith did not like the stranger's impudent and confident speech and asked him to stop. But Li Chang's son was persistent in achieving his goal, so he continued and suggested that Oyezi had some financial difficulties, so he advised him to take up work in order to prevent his dog from starving. The last phrase turned out to be too personal, so the man stopped and could not find the words to answer. To further interest the self-conscious blacksmith, the guy said that he would pay 10 million won for each order completed. In addition, he promised that when the blacksmith was finished, he would give him another 50 million won for the quality of the weapon. If it turns out to be even better than he expected, then he will not mind giving an additional impressive bonus on top. Not to be idle, he proceeded to the financial issue and asked the blacksmith for his bank account number. Taking out his phone a few minutes later, he heard a voicemail from the bank saying that he had received a transfer of 10 million won from Li Chang-sung. The confident son of a wealthy family and former esports player said that this is just an advance, and if this is not enough, then he is ready to pay more. Oyezi, sweating from the tense situation, was silent, but after a minute of silence he quietly replied that he needed more. The guy was surprised, because this amount was quite impressive. The modest blind man felt awkward, but admitted that he needed another 5 million won to pay the rent. With a confident look, the guy began to bring himself closer to the goal and sent the money that the blacksmith asked for. The man was surprised by such generosity and began to say that they should discuss the order, but at the same moment Li Chang interrupted him with his sudden phrase. He asked the blacksmith to call him boss, which made the blind man very surprised. The self-confident guy said that now the blacksmith is his debtor, while he himself is a creditor. Sitting confidently on the sofa of an abandoned store, he declared that as long as the blacksmith worked for him, he should address him as his boss. Yet his pride as a shadow god did not disappear even the moment he returned to his past. Oyezi sat down opposite his new boss and began discussing the plan. To clarify the details, the man decided to make sure that the order was a 5-meter whip, a long spear that would be assembled, 5 huge axes, 1 small one, 4 types of swords and a shield. This huge list was complemented by a bow and arrows, and the guy also warned that in the future he might need armor. Having specified the order, the blacksmith could not believe his ears and immediately refused. In response to his words, Li Chang showed his determination and transferred 100 million won to his creditor's account, specifying what the materials were. He was ready to pay even more if necessary, but immediately warned that if Oyezi broke the contract, he would owe him 3 times as much. The blind man could not believe what was happening. He was afraid of responsibility, and the next transfer of money infuriated him. At the height of his emotions, he called Li Chang a madman. The calm guy replied that he often hears this, but despite this, he always achieves his goals. To stop doubting the reality of these events, he asked why the guy trusted him so much, reminding him that this was their first meeting. Li Chang's son replied that they were really meeting for the first time and the circumstances were strange, since Oyezi at that moment was an unknown disabled person, but had incredible talent. He asked to abandon unnecessary details, believing that the blacksmith should not ask questions to his customer. He had in mind cooperation in the format of a profitable deal, when the blacksmith would silently fulfill the order, and he would pay well for the work. After listening to the customer, the contractor agreed to take on the work, but warned that creating such a weapon is a difficult process and time is short. He admitted that he had not worked with hardware for a long time, so he would have to spend some time getting used to it again. In addition, Li Chang had big requests, and he would need additional time to figure out how to implement them. After these words, he asked to pay attention to another problem. Li Chang thought that he had already decided all the intricacies of their cooperation, but another question took him by surprise. The guy asked what else was wrong so he could get to work. The man replied that to work with his blast furnace, he needed a special hammer, which he did not currently have. Hearing that the blacksmith had lost his hammer, the guy assumed that someone had stolen it. Remembering that event, the man's body began to shake. He admitted that his older brother, his father's former student, had stolen his hammer. As it turned out, after the death of his father, his brother joined the large clan, after which he stole the hammer, which was an integral part of their family business. Such an act was low and dirty, so Li Chang could not stand by. He asked which clan the blacksmith's brother had joined. The man answered briefly that it was called Hayoff. Despite the fact that he thought that this was enough, the guy only thoughtfully repeated the name, which made it clear that he did not know about its existence. Yezi was very surprised by his reaction, so he added that this is one of the top 10 organizations. Despite his words, Li Chang assured that he would get this hammer, after which he asked where the blacksmith's elder brother was. The man, frightened by the situation, replied that the boss should not make hasty decisions, because the place where his brother works is very dangerous. The guy rose to his feet and replied that the details of the task were not important to him. He described his plan quite simply. Li Chang was going to just finish everyone off without leaving any traces. Hearing these terrifying powers of the domineering man, the surprised man froze in place. He began to think that he had that same long-forgotten feeling that made him reach out to Li Chang. He didn't understand the origin of this opinion, but he felt that this man who became his boss would be able to overcome all obstacles and give him back his life's work. As a demonstration of his trust, he replied that his elder brother was in Chungriang Cave on Mount Manhwa. This was a very rare case when the customer and the contractor swapped their roles. Li Chang-sung went to the suburbs of Seoul, where Mount Manhwa is located. This place was fenced with defensive structures, and from the very beginning it became clear that this place was protected no worse than a military base. The guy climbed the wall and began to analyze the situation. According to the blacksmith, his older brother is a member of the Hayoff clan. Li Chang believed that there was only one reason why Jin Dae-hwan got to this place: the discovery of a cave. While researching articles on forums, he learned that Hayoff was known for wanting to clear out the tomb's dungeon. Jin Dae-hwan found this place to open the last room of the tomb. They needed a key, so they hired Yezi's older brother. Looking at the high degree of protection of this base, the guy realized that this was a very valuable place and that a local trophy would probably be given a good reward. At the same moment, he noticed that the moon had already come out, which meant that he had deceived his mother and left home again without warning about the time of his return. In his defense, he wrote her a message saying that he was going to eat at the establishment and then go home. At the same moment, he decided to find out additional information about the enemy clan. As he expected, Hayoff is accused of selling drugs, human trafficking, kidnapping, and ordering murders. Based on this information, he no longer doubted that among them there were only scum. He decided that in this case there would be nothing wrong if he destroyed everyone who came his way. Upon learning his intentions, the goddess known as the owl encouraged his sense of justice. At the same moment, he was given a special advantage. He received the power of an indomitable spirit, which is the blessing of a deity. The effect was the strength of the mind and the iron will of the player. The guy thanked the goddess for her help, but thought it was a misunderstanding. The goddess behaved strangely, as she continued to offer him some advantage despite the fact that he had previously refused the eyes of penetration and the dagger with her power. As it turned out, she was simply looking forward to an interesting battle, so she decided to encourage the guy's efforts. In addition, other gods also began to monitor his actions. Li Chang began to think about his safety. He did not want to leave traces for other people, so he decided to hide his identity. To do this, he used Hao's laughing mask, which was also a weapon, because in addition to hiding his identity, it added 50 power points to him. The mask was activated, and the guy, not wanting to give his enemies an easy death, equipped himself with a dagger made from the fur of an ice-flying serpent. This item had the most suitable properties for starting a battle against enemies with a numerical advantage. The poor fellows noticed his attack only at the last moment, so they could not avoid it in any way. Their strength was not enough, so none of them could resist the stranger's ice magic. After the player immobilized the armed criminals of the Haof clan, he approached them to continue the extermination. Li Chang took out his captured dragon dagger in order to finish the job he started. A series of powerful cutting attacks destroyed the ice that bound the enemies' bodies. At the same time, the enemies received severe wounds, due to which they could no longer continue the battle. Despite successfully eliminating the enemy forces at the entrance to the cave, the guy was still not satisfied, as he believed that such scum should suffer even more. Approaching the enemies, he cut himself and began to use the poisonous blood skill. During its use, the body began to produce icy poison, which further froze the bodies of the enemies. Due to the presence of ice poison in his blood, his dagger received a temporary enhancement. The guy did not expect that he would have to use his newly acquired strength in this battle, but he could not miss the moment of revenge on those who caused such enormous damage to his hometown. Addressing his dying enemies, he shared with them the news that he used not just ice poison, but enhanced blood poison, which is why the effect became much stronger. Without the strength to resist, the attackers began to beg him for mercy, but in response the guy simply recommended accepting his fate and not even trying to get rid of the poison. Watching this spectacle, the serpent entwining the world was simply delighted with the rage of the talented player. When the guy went inside, the system reported that he had entered a dungeon called Bessla's Tomb. Thanks to his mask, he gained invisibility, so other players could not find out using the system where exactly he was. Concerned about the safety of his boss, Oyezi lent him this item in order to prevent the customer from being ambushed. After thinking about the enemy's strategy, Li Chang guessed that the blast furnace was most likely located somewhere in front of the boss so that the keys could be quickly made. He had the opportunity to receive a reward for the boss, but he understood that there were risks that would not allow him to achieve this goal without difficulty. At the same moment, the system reported that the guy had begun a mission to open the tomb, and first he had to destroy the dungeon guards. The jewelry was in the last room where the owner of the tomb rests. The entire dungeon is divided into 3 large sections, and in each of them there are objects that protect the owner's peace from robbers. The guy remained in his place, which puzzled the gods watching him. But soon his behavior became clear. He felt the presence of a stranger, so he looked around and asked the stranger to show himself. No one answered him, while Pabelsag began to assure that there was no one around. Li Chang's son was sure that he was not alone in this part of the dungeon. Having no other choice, he stated that if his unexpected guest did not show up, then he would contact another administrator. At the same moment, when Li Chang walked further, his old acquaintance appeared. Rabbit Harold, who could not miss the opportunity to work with a talented player, but tried to hide his presence until the end. He couldn't believe that an ordinary person could be so impatient and impudent. The dungeon administrator introduced himself and reported that he was in charge of this dungeon. At the same moment, the system showed a message that Pabelsag was not satisfied with his appearance and was interested in what he forgot in the place where her future apostle was located. The cunning divine being was surprised by the rudeness of the goddess, so he replied that everyone had long known that he was here. In response to Pabelsag's misunderstanding, The rabbit replied that his words were the absolute truth. After these words, the three deities simultaneously began to mock how stupid the daughter of the mother of dragons was. Pabelsag sighed heavily and declared that this was impossible, while Harold began to enjoy his small victory and humiliation of the pride of a strong deity. After the administrator fooled her, he turned to the guy and admitted that he had not used anything special to hide his presence. The guy didn't want to waste his time, so he seriously turned to the rabbit and asked him to stop chattering in vain. He wanted to know the purpose of his presence in the dungeon, where he went without informing the deities. Li Chang-seng assumed that Harold was here to complete another report. He turned out to be right, and this fact put the creature in an awkward position. The guy explained his knowledge by saying that the system mentioned this process during training. Despite his words, the rabbit did not stop worrying, since he had completely different information at his disposal. He knew that the reports contained information about the target that interested the gods. It was a detailed evaluation sheet from the Administrative Bureau, so the newcomer should not be aware of its existence. Still, the guy's knowledge turned out to be one of the details that he had to include in the report, so without wasting any time, he got to work, pointing out that Li Chan-sung was more knowledgeable than the average rookie or even a ranker. Despite this behavior, the guy's reaction was insignificant. He arrogantly watched the administrator's actions. The recent events inside the dungeon were also something that was worth putting into the report. The excited rabbit wrote that the newcomer the heavens were talking about was too good at understanding the significance of the administrator's job, and despite the fact that he tried to quietly pursue his goal, he could not avoid detection. After writing this text, Harold began to worry that he would lose trust, which would cause the right to record to be transferred to another administrator. Tears appeared on his face. He was confused, because he thought that he would not be allowed to get away with such a failure. Noticing the rabbit's strange behavior, Li Chan-sung approached him and promised that he would show interest in allowing him to continue to have the right to record his activities. The guy's sudden words delighted Harold. He couldn't believe his words and called this decision an incredible gift of fate. As it turned out, he was no less cunning than the administrator himself. Li Chan-sung stated that Harold should now do him a favor. The administrator was ready to do everything in his power. He even didn't mind addressing the issue of the newcomer's safety, but the guy said that he would talk about it later. The cryptic nature of the player's answer gave him reason to believe that agreeing to his terms was a bad idea in the first place. Noticing Harold's excitement, Li Chan-sung clarified that there would be nothing complicated in this service. He was going to tell the details before leaving the dungeon. The administrator responded with relief that he had no choice but to agree to the terms. In addition, he admitted that he would not be able to do what was not in his power, and asked to be understanding about this. With a smile on his face, the guy replied that he should worry about it, after which he declared that the deal between them was concluded. After these words, a bond was formed between them, and the system stated that if the participants broke the deal, then their mana blessing would disappear and they would no longer be able to use magical powers. Harold was simply shocked. He expected that their deal would be only in words, but as it turned out, the guy even knew about the existence of such system functions. He was confident that Li Chan-sung was not just a rookie, but rather a veteran. Having no other choice, Harold began to pursue the guy who began to manipulate his abilities. At the same moment, the system reported that the deity known as the Serpent was delighted that there was a player more cunning than himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the workers encountered another setback. The creation of keys was interrupted again, and he was forced to start the process again. Enraged, Raid Chief Hayoff hit the stone wall with all his might. The man was beside himself with anger. Li Jae-sin began to scold his wards for the fact that they had screwed up too many times and still had not achieved the required result. He was afraid that they would be punished again, and at this rate they would make him a sacrifice for offering. Since another failure threatened his life, he ordered his wards to bring the blacksmith Jean Diwan to him. As it turned out, the guy was their hostage. He begged the fighters to spare him and relied with all his might so as not to meet with the head of the Hayoff raid department. Li Jae-shin continued to scold the poor guy for screwing up once again, which was why their players couldn't proceed to raid the boss. Jin Dae-hwan, Oh Yezu's disciple who stole the hammer, had no other option but to beg for mercy. He asked for a little more blood and promised that if he managed to get what he wanted, then he would definitely be able to finish making the keys in a short time. His request was perceived as insolence, and instead of the desired blood, he received a powerful kick to the face. The blacksmith could not finish his work, and the raid leader continued to beat him. The man stated that he gave him everything he asked for. The list included people, offerings, and even fire, but despite fulfilling all the conditions, Oh Yezi's disciple could not achieve the required result. Approaching the blacksmith, he asked why he should spare the one because of whom his own life was in the balance of death. The man replied that the holy fire he was given was used in the new dogma, which did not meet the requirements for crafting an item for the dungeon boss raid. Filled with anger, Li Jae-shin replied that it was not his fault. He started to think that trusting this guy was a mistake. Despite the raid leader's reaction, Jin Dae-hwan continued to beg for his life and made excuses that he did not have enough time and blood. He begged for another chance and promised that he wouldn't let him down this time. Having no other choice, Jason clarified whether the blacksmith was really only asking for blood. Jin Dae-hwan replied that he was in the second of the 3 stages of creating the keys, but the blood ran out earlier than he expected, and because of this he did not have enough strength. The man replied that he would trust the blacksmith, but threatened that if he failed again, then he would destroy his family before his eyes. Having begun to resolve this problem, he turned to his wards and asked them to get the necessary items. At the same moment, the system reported that a new player had appeared in the dungeon and had joined the ranking of the strongest. The stranger's name alarmed him, because he believed that they were not expecting guests. Meanwhile, the rabbit continued to work hard on his report. He sent a letter to the administrative bureau saying that he considered Lee Chan-sung to be a truly unique player, since many gods and constellations, including Pabelsag, were interested in his personality. His special fighting abilities have been described as something extraordinary. Within a moment, Harold was distracted from his work and ran after the guy, as he saw that he had cleared the way. Rabbit couldn't believe his eyes that the newbie cleared 2 sections in less than 30 minutes. According to his observations, Lee Chang-sung not only cut the huge rolling iron ball, but also got rid of all the arrows that were flying at him from different directions. The player seemed to remember the location and order of all the traps. Harold was surprised, because in his memory this dungeon could not be cleared more than 4 times, but it seemed that this player could do everything. While injured due to the player's quick progress through the dungeon, Harold continued to report. He had been an administrator for a long time, so he was confident that Lee Chan-sung was incredibly talented. He believed that his skills and character were ideal to become the favorite of the gods. He thought that the battle for him between the gods and constellations would soon become even tougher, since this player had exceptional abilities. Lee Chang-sung attracted the attention of 12 constellations of 28 mansions. At that very moment, he realized what was happening. Looking at the guy's decisive actions, he thought that he knew the feeling of observing such unimaginable power. The guy's unimaginable strength reminded him of a shadowy god. Having thought this detail over carefully, Harold admitted that some gods would not like to read such a report. Despite this, she named the player after the twilight of the gods, whose light spread so far and made the other gods frown. The guy's resemblance to the fallen deity will make the enemies of the defeated shadow god tremble in fear. That the rabbit was not worried about this, because he knew that his job was to report sincerity and transparency. The player himself did not pay attention to the work of the administrator and continued to go through various obstacles installed inside the dungeon. When he passed the corridor with traps, the system reported that the goddess Pabelsag smelled a terrible stench emanating from the following rooms. Lee Chang-sung understood what was going on. He could smell the blood that led him forward. An owl piercing the dusk warned him that evil energy was emanating from every corner of this cave. When he went inside the nearest room, he discovered the bodies of the dead players. The system reported that the goddess of justice was horrified by what she saw. She ordered the player to administer justice. Remembering the rumors that the clan was going to make the key to the boss's room with his own hands, the guy thought that these poor fellows had been sacrificed. At the same moment, he heard the dissatisfied cry of the players that they were leading another crowd of victims with them. They were so angry because the head of the department was furious about the lack of resources. To hasten their victims, the killers threatened them with slow and painful reprisals. While the bound people begged for mercy, the clan fighters discussed the recent disappearance of one of the victims. They were in a hurry because they were afraid that the head of the clan would replace the victim with one of them. Within a moment, one of the fighters was suddenly covered with a thick ball of ice, which was a consequence of the stranger's attack. Lee Chan-sung continued to attack the villains, as a result of which they were all immobilized. Being defenseless against the power of the stranger, the clan members began to panic. But knowing all their crimes, for the sake of punishment, the guy did not spare anyone. He left only one fighter in order to get some information, but that guy turned out to be a rare daredevil and, despite the difference in strength, rushed to the attack. As expected, he was defeated with just one light swing of the dagger. Having wounded him in the shoulder, Li Chang approached to talk, but in response, the warrior began to be indignant at the stranger's insolence, saying that he would pay for attacking the powerful Hayoff clan. But just one look into the eyes of his opponent made him forget about the confident speech he had made. Li Chang's unwavering gaze made him clearly aware that this was a real predator. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the guy began to panic and beg for mercy. The shadow god was not here to play with small change. He knew full well that they were all guilty of the sins of the clan. He left this guy alive only so that he could tell him about what was happening inside, how many fighters there were, and how strong they were. The wounded Hayoff clan fighter immediately replied that there were only 30 people on the floor. Having heard this information, Li Chan assumed that we were talking about 30 fighters who were preparing the ritual. Looking at the statistics, he decided that he should only worry about the guy named Li Jae-sin, because he had the highest level. The guy, scared to death, distracted him from his thoughts by saying that he had told everything he knew and was asking for mercy for it. Looking at the wounded and pitiful fighter, the shadow god's opinion did not change. He equipped himself with a dagger, a sharpened fang of a fiery tiger, and replied that he did not promise to spare him, but only to ask if he wanted to live. Another villain could not escape fair punishment. As it turned out, he was quite strong, because he became the victim that brought the player a new level. At the same moment, the system reported that the serpent appreciated the great joke and asked to stick to the same strategy. Even Mephistopheles himself was amused by the way Li Chang dealt with the enemy. Ignoring the endless amount of feedback, the guy activated one of the skills bestowed upon him by the Lord. This was a soul transfer, under the influence of which the bodies of destroyed opponents began to disappear from the dungeon. All this power began to be directed towards him, and traces of action began to evaporate. The frightened victims were exhausted and could not free themselves. For them, the actions of a brave stranger who made his way into the territory of a powerful organization were a mystery. Li Chang decided not to accompany the poor fellows, because he had already saved their lives, which they could only dream of. The incredible amount of power of the stranger caused fear among the victims of the ritual. The two men assumed that a real ghost had appeared before them, since the guy did not at all look like the players they had encountered before. Moving further along the dungeon corridor, Li Chan's son saw a trio of criminals discussing the boss's order to capture him. Looking at the mission results, they could see his name, which after some thought reminded them of a famous retired professional e-sports player. Due to rumors that Li Chan-sung had become an alcoholic and stopped doing his main activity, the guys thought that he couldn't be a member of the dungeons either, so they assumed that it was someone else with the same name. While they were safely looking for the stranger who had broken into their territory, a predator was already watching them. Their collision was quick and ended with a powerful explosion from the attacker's attack. This noise alerted the head, and when he turned to the system to find out the number of people inside the dungeon, he saw that the sacrifice had not yet begun. The excited man did not understand what was happening, so he asked his charges why the work had stopped. Just a moment later, he received a message about the dungeon ranking update, which indicated that Li Chan's Sung had risen to 11th place in such a short period of time. Another minute later, he saw part of his team disappear and his enemy had risen to 6th place. The man began to panic, because Li Chan continued to quickly advance through the corridors and soon took 3rd place. Seeing him in 2nd place and the lack of data on the successes of the other fighters, it became obvious to him that the enemy was already close. Panicked by the dire situation, he heard a weakened voice behind him begging him to help. This was one of the strongest fighters of his squad. Seeing such a state of his ward, the man realized that the enemy was already nearby. He began to shout to him that he should get ready, but the assistant behaved inappropriately, and only continued to beg for salvation. The next sight made him wince in horror. The guy's entire body began to be covered with runic signs, and as he died, he warned the leader that a ghost was approaching. Due to unimaginable pain, he began to scream as his body began to collapse. It became a real bomb, due to the explosion of which the leader of one of the departments of the Hayoff clan was thrown aside. The system began to report that his body was poisoned by corpse and acid poison. The burns began to spread and his stamina was rapidly declining, so he needed to quickly detoxify. Having taken out the medicinal drug, he decided to take it immediately, as he was on the verge of death. But another explosion prevented him from doing this. The wary man saw the one who got rid of the entire dungeon raid team. The masked stranger broke through the fire and was rapidly approaching, and the system reported that his death was near. In a difficult situation, he could not dodge the attack, so he took out his sword from his inventory and managed to defend himself from the dagger. If you look from the outside, you will notice that this fighter was not just considered the strongest of his squad, he was noticeably larger than Li Chan and even in this state was able to block the blow. The man shouted that he would get rid of the stranger and began to swing his sword wildly. This was due to the fact that the poison deprived him of the ability to see clearly. Although Li Chan had prepared himself for close combat, he was surprised that his enemy could keep up with him even in such a difficult condition, which indicated that he was not bad in battle. Leaning on the heavy two-handed sword, Li Jae-sin held his head, suffering from incredible pain. The system continued to report that his stamina was rapidly declining, which is why he should immediately begin detoxification. Watching the enemy's efforts, Li Chan could not believe that he was only at level 30, so he assumed that he was using some kind of amplifiers. While the enemy was looking for the antidote that fell from his hands during the second explosion, the guy thought about how surprising it was that such a peaceful but dangerous country continues to sacrifice people. Having been a shadow god for several hundred years, he forgot how greedy and cruel people can be. He felt that not everything was so simple in this dungeon. He originally came to this place to make a deal with Oyezi, but due to recent events, he became interested in unraveling the mysteries of this place. He understood that it was time to hurry, because reports of recent events quickly spread and soon reinforcements from the main headquarters of the Hayoff clan would come to the dungeon. He was not yet ready for such a large-scale war, so he did only what he could do. For example, he managed to save the victims. Leaving them, he did not want to waste time on helping, so he only advised them to go to the safe room that was located next to them. He asked them to hide and not come out no matter what. Everything happened as he had planned, and defenseless people were already behind a secured door in a room where they would not hear the sounds of battle. The guy hoped that he clearly explained to them how to hide, because he didn't want them to get hurt or hear what would happen next. Time was running out, so as not to hesitate, Li Chan used additional points to strength and agility in order to make his task easier. Unexpectedly for Li Jae-shin, he did him a favor and threw in his direction the antidote that he had been trying so hard to find. The guy's strange act did not arouse any suspicion in the man, and he decided to undergo treatment. But when he opened the jar, he saw that there were no more pills there. At the same moment, he saw a blurry silhouette that began to approach him. Li Chang was surprised at the enemy's naivety for falling for such a cheap trick. The angry man managed to react and swung his sword furiously. But due to his injuries, he could not keep up with the enemy, and Li Chang easily dodged. The guy in the mask began to launch a series of attacks that were aimed at the enemy's sword. The man could barely stand on his feet, but continued to resist. At one point, he lost his footing and missed a blow. He noticed that he could no longer keep up with his opponent. Enraged, he once again swung his hand to deliver a strong blow. At that very moment, Li Chang-sung was ready to end their duel. Pabelsag stated that she was enjoying the exciting battle, while the serpent declared the player to be the most cunning person on earth and said that he enjoyed watching the battle. Continuing to strike, he created incredible pressure that the wounded Li Jie-shin could not resist. The system reported that the mid-rank dagger skill had reached the maximum level, causing the player to advance to the highest rank development. After unleashing a powerful series of blows, Li Chang paused before delivering the decisive blow. The last attack completely destroyed the enemy's huge and powerful weapon, and Jae-sin could not believe his eyes. Having gotten rid of his main problem in the form of the enemy's superior weapon, the player began to take revenge. He inflicted a series of cuts that his opponent was unable to avoid. All preparations were completed and Li Chang found himself behind his enemy. Swishing the blood from his sword, the guy demonstrated that the fight was over. Within a moment, his ability was activated and the poison that filled the enemy's body caused a powerful explosion. Near death, Li Jie-shin wanted to know why he became a victim of a stranger. Li Chang was surprised by this question and replied that it was very strange. Before he left, he told his dying enemy that if you take the lives of innocents, then you must be prepared for yours to be taken too. After these words, he again used soul transfer to get rid of the traces. The purgatory flame was activated and the system reported that Li Cha had successfully taken the soul of the player Li Jie-sung. Thanks to this, his stamina was restored and justice prevailed. The twilight-piercing owl divine being was shocked by the player's righteousness, but her words could only cause laughter from the former twilight god. As a reward for an excellent show, she awarded him a privilege called inner peace. The system said that the one who possesses it does not hesitate in the face of chaos, but is proud of his wisdom and courage. The blessing-type ability had the effects of supporting mental health and ongoing courage. The sudden gift from the goddess surprised the guy. He thought that they were making some kind of apostle out of him, since over the past few days he had managed to gain an unbending spirit, and now also inner peace. This situation seemed ironic to him. When he existed as a shadowy god, he was considered eternally cruel and vicious. He was the one who was called a truly evil god. The gloomy god was hailed as a wise warrior god, but contrary to the terrifying rumors, he was still a slob. As word of the privilege spread, Papelsag became alarmed and jealous. To even out the blessings, she began rummaging through her treasure chest to see if she had a privilege she could give him. Meanwhile, the rankings were updated, and Li Chan finally reached the dungeon boss room. He didn't know whose face was depicted at the entrance, even though it was good to study the list of gods in his past life. While in front of the door, the guy received a message from the system that the door to this room was tightly closed. The clue was that the keys were hidden somewhere, and needed to be found in order to get inside. Suddenly, he took out a spear made from the rib of a fiery mountain goat from his inventory. Despite his interest in the door, he threw it in a completely different direction without even looking. As it turned out, he sensed that someone was hiding behind one of the deity statues. It was the local blacksmith Jin Daehuan. The wounded guy could not escape punishment. Approaching the owner of the stolen hammer, Li Chan called his comrade's former student a rat that hides in the corners. Raising the hammer, the guy understood the reason for the failures of this ridiculous blacksmith. This item is made from a meteor. It was visibly damaged due to the efforts of Jin Daehuan, who could not use its power since he was not the true owner. Despite the fact that the task was completed, Li Chang decided to linger to open the door that the fighters of the Hayoff clan had not been able to penetrate for years. He understood that he could not enter inside with the key, since he needed Oyezi to make it. But in fact, he already had a plan, so he believed that there was no need to make a key, because there was a better way. Looking behind him, he called the dungeon administrator. At the same moment, Harold was next to him, and from his frightened face it was easy to notice the excitement before the next order. He already guessed what the conversation would be about, so he decided not to show it, and worriedly asked why he was called during the creation of the report. The guy replied that the time had come to fulfill their agreement, and ordered to immediately open the door leading to the boss's room. The rabbit decided to demonstrate calm even in such a tense situation, so he confidently replied that a newcomer could not know such a detail, but interfering with a mission in the dungeon is against the administrator's rules of action. But the guy didn't even want to listen to such words, so he asked to get down to business. He said that the administrator has enough power to bend these rules as he pleases. The surprised Harold did not know what to answer. In order to speed it up, Li Chang calmly said that the rabbit was free not to fulfill the terms of the contract, but in this case he would have to face the consequences. Sensing danger, Harold decided not to risk it and replied that he would do as he was told. Approaching the door, he began to use his power, saying that most likely he would be punished for such willfulness. He believed that it would be great if the top management limited themselves to just a fine. The stone door was opened thanks to the authority of the administrator, and the gods began to laugh at how cunning and inventive the player they were interested in was. Harold was eager to see what lay ahead for the player. But when he saw the terrifying picture, he was scared to death. After what he saw, he decided not to interfere further and reported to the player that he had fulfilled his part of the contract. With a sly look, he suggested not to hesitate, while he himself was thinking of running away as quickly as possible. Despite Harold's caution, the guy was not afraid to face the boss of this dungeon. When the door closed, the rabbit began to laugh slyly. The system announced the beginning of the final stage of clearing the dungeon. The player entered the boss room. Li Chang-sung found himself in front of a huge monster that had many eyes, indicating that it was a cultivator. Looking into the eyes of the enemy monster, the guy began to feel pressure, which gradually intensified. The dungeon master attempted to steal the player's body. The system recommended that the guy resist until the very end, after which he would have the opportunity to destroy the golden box on the altar. The boss's voice, with a terrifying scream, ordered the guy to obey and begin to worship. The system reported an increased danger, warning the guy that if he could not resist the curse, his body would be stolen. The player's brainwashing began, for which the hypnosis skill was activated. The boss's terrifying cry began to spread throughout the room. He asked how the stranger dared to try to disturb the peace of the king, and calling him a lowly creature, demanded to give up his flesh. Having run away from the range of the boss's technique, Harold stopped to catch his breath. Based on his experience, he could definitely tell that the battle would not be easy, ironically saying that the boss room was quite simple. He laughed until he cried, mentioning the guy's task, who would have to protect his mind from the dead tomb master, of whom only his thoughts remained. From what he saw, he could confidently say that in life, the tomb master was an incredible spellcaster with very advanced hypnosis skills. Having opened the room, he was able to see the very thoughts of the huge Besla, after whom this dungeon was named. To relax, the rabbit began to dance and wonder out loud whether an ordinary beginner could withstand this power. It seemed to him that this was fate. He still could not come to terms with the fact that an ordinary mortal dared to play with him, manipulating his power. Turning to the player, he said goodbye to him, believing that he would never meet the so-called pathetic bastard again. But at the same moment, Harold began to receive messages from the system, which were quite unexpected. The player's unyielding spirit was activated, and this blessing began to protect the guy's thoughts from outside intrusions. The second skill from the goddess of war called inner peace caused his mind's defenses to strengthen. At that moment, the rabbit realized that his hopes had been destroyed by the efforts of one of the deities. Within a moment, the system reported that the dungeon mission was completed, and the final ranking showed that Li Chan-sung had climbed to first place. The announcement of a reward for the most productive player caused the rabbit to panic. He could not believe that something impossible had become a reality. The entrance to the boss room began to collapse, and the system began counting down the closure of the dungeon. Looking inside, the rabbit understood how the player managed to win this unequal battle. The herald remembered that Li Chang became the keeper of the runes, thanks to which he could use abilities useful for battle. Seeing the guy with the trophy in his hands, he realized that he had underestimated him. The herald admitted defeat and continued to look at the guy, who left this dungeon in a moment. Having completed his task, the guy went to the Siang Sedong area, where the shoemaker's alley is located. He reported to his blacksmith and handed him the item that had previously been stolen. Despite being reunited with his hammer, the boy was shocked by the state of his tool. Eating a tasty treat to restore his energy, the guy said that he had brought a hammer, and now there should be nothing that would prevent the blacksmith from starting the production of the necessary weapons. Oh Yezi agreed with the boss's words, while the guy offered the dog some tasty treats that he bought on the way. The man decided to discuss another problem. He repeated the words that 1 month would not be enough. He made the excuse that he needed to get used to the hammer, since he had not used it for a long time, and he also planned to clean the furnace. Despite the blacksmith's words, Li Chang replied that he would give him a week. The man was confused, saying that just one crimp would take about 2 weeks. Hearing this, the guy changed his mind and again returned to the previous offer, saying that he would give him a month, and in addition, promised to pay triple the amount for the speed. Oh Yezi couldn't find the words, so the guy said that he would take his silence as agreement. On his way out of the store, he grabbed one of the items lying around. From the first visit to this place, a rusty object attracted his attention. Assuming that it was on sale, the guy decided to pick it up. Judging by the blacksmith's reaction, this was not at all the speech he was ready to give. The man started shouting that his father had mentioned that this item had been passed down in their family from generation to generation, so it was not subject to sale. After his words, the guy transferred another 100 million won as an advance. He asked to accept this as payment for the restoration of the hammer, after which he asked whether such an amount was enough. A blind man was shocked when his empty bank account was replenished with a huge amount in just 1 day. Surprised by Li Chang's audacity, he couldn't understand what was going on in his head. Hearing the joyful sounds that came from his dog, he felt peace in his soul. Still, the recent events were the best that had happened in his life in the past few years. He was finally able to enter the blast furnace room to work like in the old days. His desire to work was so strong that he was ready to say goodbye to the past. Voicing his thoughts out loud, he said that he didn't know what was happening, but he would try to do everything right. Returning home, the guy thought about the conversation with the bishop. Even before meeting this guy, he had heard that Oh Yezi was an excellent craftsman, but all contact with him was lost after he created a divine artifact for the Capricorn constellation. Li Chang-sung was surprised when he heard that this blacksmith was not originally a god, but a human, just like him before he became a shadow god. The Lord's words that Oh Yezi was too old to work were a mystery, so Thanatos set about clarifying the details. When they talked in the past, he said that Oh Yezi was originally a person's name, after which it passed down to his descendants. Capricorn, without even knowing it, immediately killed Oh Yezi after receiving his divine artifact. The constellation is still unaware that his successor is still alive. Based on this story, the guy understood that many of the skills of the legendary blacksmith had been lost, as a result of which the Yezi family suffered greatly. The guy was sure that one of those who carries the legacy of the first Oh Yezi is a man who can cope with his tasks. He heard that his father created incredible weapons that were considered one of a kind. Having finished his business, Li Chan went home, realizing that his mother had probably already begun to worry. Meanwhile, difficult times began in the Hayoff clan. Raid head Ko Someone was panicked and broke out in a cold sweat the moment he learned that one player had managed to wipe out their entire team and complete the dungeon. He called on his charges to do everything to find this guy and take his trophy, the legendary Pedro key, from him. He was beside himself with anger because he was afraid of responsibility. As it turned out, he was afraid of the true owners of the gates of Mount Manhwa, because if they found out about what happened, then they would all end. They had to make a huge human sacrifice in order to obtain the necessary key, and therefore they entered into a secret contract. Fearing for his life, he ordered his soldiers to prepare their vehicles. The man was going to go to Mount Manhwa to find at least some clues there. He could not believe that there was someone who single-handedly destroyed their entire team, cleared the dungeon, which they spent months trying to achieve without success, and even stole such an important key. He thought that he would not be able to avoid punishment from the White Tiger clan, which most likely was the true customer. His greatest fear was that the news would reach Seo Youngwon. That inadequate man could easily kill his entire family because of such a mistake. Let's return to the events that took place in the house of a talented player. As expected, Seo Youngwon did not retreat and was still inside, waiting for Lee Chan. During their boring time, he was distracted by his charge that he wanted to provide important information. The informant's words turned out to be something really important and unpleasant for one of the strongest fighters of the White Tiger clan, because negative emotions instantly appeared on his face. He couldn't believe the unexpected situation, and most likely it was about the theft of Pedro's key. His rampage resulted in the release of a huge amount of power. The association agent did not understand what was going on. The competitor's sharp reaction made her think that he had won. The player's mother was simply shocked. For the first time in her life she saw such incredible power that came from a person. A representative of an organization interested in Lee Chan immediately asked Leader Seo to stop the chaos. Hearing his words, the man remembered that he was visiting. He instantly stopped using his technique and calmed down his ardor. Woo Yun-gun turned to his senior comrade with contempt, saying that he should not use the spirit of the evil tiger in the presence of civilians. Looking around, he remembered that being in the wrong place to demonstrate his character. Association Assistant Cha Yi-woon decided to take advantage of the situation and stood up for the defenseless woman, which demonstrated the difference between the two organizations in terms of attitude towards people nearby. Despite his sudden rage, the player's mother looked very confident, which suited such an amazing actress. Her eyebrows lowered, indicating she was ambivalent about the mustachioed man who was trying to hire her son. In order not to strain the situation even further, he decided to leave the building, saying that it was already late and most likely Lee Chang was not going home today. The assistant understood that her competitor could not give up so easily, so she suspected that something very important had happened. First of all, she asked the player's mother if everything was okay with her. The woman calmly replied that everything was fine. She recalled the rumors that awakened people seem to live in another world, so they do not always notice creatures as weak as herself next to them. Having seen the rampage of one of the leaders of the White Tiger clan, she personally saw that this was so she assumed that her beloved youngest son might soon turn into something similar. Seo Youngwon was obviously a bad example for succession. Despite this, the woman decided to mention her son and described him as quite a rough guy who is good on the inside. She sincerely wished that he would no longer harm himself, but she knew that it would be difficult to avoid now. Looking at the remaining recruiters, she asked them to return home. While going down in the elevator, Woo Yun-gun said that thanks to Leader Seo, the negotiations ended very poorly. On the other hand, he didn't realize that none of those present planned to return until they met the mysterious player in person. After these words, he asked what Miss Cha and Mr. Jean were planning to do. Remembering his niece, he thought that she would not forgive him if he could not get the amazing guy named Lee Chang-sung. Addressing his friends in misfortune, he said that if they planned to stay in this building, then he would ask his secretary to bring them coffee. Jean happily agreed to this proposal and said that he wanted a macchiato. But at the same moment, Cha Yu-woong's superior assistant struck a warning blow, which meant that he should not cooperate with other organizations. It became known that Jean Seokti was a level 41 player, while his colleague was at level 62. Cha Yuyan asked Mr. Wu Yun not to worry and assured that they still had a lot of things to do, so they would have to leave the building and go back to the office. Jean tried to intervene, saying that they had already freed themselves, but the girl did not let him finish his remark and stopped his words with another well-aimed blow. The man accepted her answer, realizing that in this case they would see each other next time. The guys from the association said goodbye and began to walk towards the exit, while Wu Yun stayed put to wait for Lee Chan-sung. Jean Seokti couldn't help but notice the strange expression on his colleague's face. He asked what happened, because he noticed her unexpected seriousness. Turning his attention to her phone in her hands, he realized that she had received bad news. To be in the know, the guy took out his phone and began checking the latest information that was available to their office. He was shocked when he saw a message with a red code. They were talking about the events on Mount Manhwa, where people who were supposed to be sacrificed were found, which is why they were locked inside a cave. By that time, they had already been sent to the nearest police station, and the association workers began to prepare for collateral damage and were in dire need of help. Assistant Cha Yi-woong hurried her colleague. They were again rushing to the place where sudden and very exciting events took place. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sung, who was the only executor of clearing the cave inside Banhwa Mountain, was returning home. While on the street, he amusingly waved his newly acquired rusty sword that belonged to the Yezi family. Pabelsag, like a goddess known for her passion for weapons, grumbled that she did not understand the guy and the fact that he decided to take this strange thing with him. Despite her opinion, the guy could not believe that the item that was used as kindling in the mythical furnace was only suitable for such a purpose. He thought that there must be some kind of mistake here, because in his hands was a divine artifact called the Yuchan's sword. He believed that if the evil dragon's crooked tooth and this sword were used correctly, no one from the game world would dare to come close to him. The Yuchan's sword is one of the 9 famous blades created by the first Yezi, called the divine craftsman of the human race. This divine artifact had such unimaginable characteristics that the system could not accurately measure them, and since the guy had not achieved the necessary requirements for use, he could not find out all the abilities and detailed information. As a true connoisseur of weapons, the Shadow God knew that the 9 famous blades that define Yezi as an artisan were priceless items in the battle world. In fact, after one of the blades appeared in Arcadia, a fierce war began over it. He recalled that as a result of that bloody war, 2 empires and 6 kingdoms fell. It was hard to imagine one of these weapons being used to light a stove. The original owner of the Yuchan's sword was an assassin, so people say that this blade absorbed the most blood. It is considered an evil sword, full of resentment and tenacity of its victims, but due to the fact that witnesses died, little is known about what this sword looked like before. It was also said that the first Yezi was called the Divine Artisan because he hated seeing blood. The guy didn't know exactly who made this sword, the first Yezi or his successor. Despite this, he noticed that all the distinctive patterns had been erased from this sword so that the blade was lost, leaving behind only a legend. Goddess Pabelsag still did not understand her favorite player, and continued to grumble that she did not understand why he was happy to hold such a strange thing in his hands. On the other hand, the divine creature owl, piercing the twilight, looked at his behavior with satisfaction. Having obtained one of the legendary blades, the guy said out loud that it would be nice to collect all 9 artifacts if he had such a chance. He wasn't sure if he would encounter anything else of value during his journey, so he decided not to think about it as a real plan. At the same moment, he took out a small bone spear from his inventory. While alone, he noticed that someone was watching him. The stranger clearly underestimated him, so he was too safe. Without waiting to meet the one who was hiding nearby, Lee Chang-sung launched an attack himself. The uninvited guest was somewhere in the park, which was located near the road that led to the player's house. His attack turned out to be a warning as he hit a tree. As it turned out, he was being followed by Woo Yun-gun. As a fighter with extensive battle experience, he was able to evade the unexpected attack. Addressing the player, he admitted that he was hiding his presence, but still expressed dissatisfaction due to the fact that the guy went too far at the moment when he carried out a surprise attack. At the same moment, Li Chang quickly closed the distance and was already holding his strongest melee weapon, the dragon dagger, in his hand. Seeing the guy's look, the man was amazed. He had never seen such a purposeful and daring guy that he was not afraid to go on the attack before he knew the stranger's abilities. The blade of the dagger was centimeters from the neck of the head of the department, so it was time for action. In order not to lose his life so easily, Wu Yun instantly turned to his inventory and took out a sword. The speed of an experienced swordsman was enough to defend himself in such a short period. He didn't expect to feel a lot of pressure, so he asked in surprise how the newcomer had such a high strength rating. The guy was not going to talk to the strange stranger, so he continued to attack. His speed and agility forced the experienced swordsman to go on defense, and while in the center, he continued to fend off the fast attacks of the close-range fighter. As one of the strongest members of his clan, he was surprised by the guy's agility, but judging his sword style, he described him as a rough and unconventional fighter. The talented player's aggressive style told him that the guy did not pay attention to the generally accepted concept of smooth handling of a weapon. As he fought off numerous series of attacks, he was sure that Li Chang had trained his skills in close combat, and his blade was sharpened for instant killing. Based on this experience of a short battle, he was sure that what was standing in front of him was not some novice, but an experienced fighter. Moreover, the guy's fighting style reminded him of the first-generation players who went through fire and water, learning the mechanics of dungeons in the most brutal way. He unexpectedly approached him to get to know him, but initially hoped that he would be able to evaluate his fighting skills. Despite a clear plan, everything went to ruin due to the fact that the man underestimated the newcomer. He had not felt such tension for a long time and understood that if he made a mistake, he would not be able to avoid shame. Remembering the words of his beloved niece, who with her appearance reminds us of the girl from the dungeon, he was afraid that he would receive harsh condemnation for his actions. But on the other hand, as a true sword master, he was simply obliged to continue this battle using his full strength. He understood that this was his only way to resist such an amazing and daring recruit. The system reported that Wu Yun-gun began to use the ability of his sword and 10,000 marks turned into arrows. Li Chang had expected such an attack. His close-range dagger fighting style allowed him to move incredibly quickly, which matched his agility and speed. A powerful attack from the head of the recruiting department for one of the strongest clans limited the radius available for a melee attack, but the talented newcomer saw the gap and was ready for a quick counterattack. At the most decisive moment, Wu Yun threw down his sword and declared that he was surrendering. The man abandoned the fight and raised his hands high in the air at the very moment when Li Chang was ready to strike the decisive blow. The guy was surprised and even angry because of the enemy's behavior. In a dissatisfied tone, he asked why the man stopped resisting. In fact, he refused to fight not because he was afraid of losing, but because he almost lost control in a training match. Apologizing for his thoughtless attacks, he said that he simply wanted to evaluate the newcomer's skills. Li Chang was not very surprised. His attention was focused on the enemy's good weapon. The man bowed respectfully, after which he said that he had played a little too hard and therefore again apologizes for the misunderstanding. The guy did not understand what was happening, since he initially suspected that it was his enemy who watched him leave the Manhwa cave. Pabelsag, who was watching the battle, highly appreciated the man's behavior, so she set this man as an example for inheritance and looked forward to their new fight. The guy's impudent and disrespectful behavior hurt the man's pride a little, so he sharply reached into the inner pocket of his jacket. At the same moment, he took out his business card and held it close to the player's face, which made Li Chang feel awkward. It indicated that standing in front of him was the head of the personnel department of the 5-star sword clan named Wu Yungun. With a pleasant and friendly smile on his face, he clarified that this was the reason for his sudden surveillance, since he loves to find new talented players for his clan of weapon masters. Recalling data from the internet, the guy remembered that the swordsman clan was under the blessing of a deity named the Nameless Giant God. From his previous life, he knew that his real name was Apwin, and he was known as the god of wealth who protects the storeroom of the house. For the first time during the conversation, Li Chang decided to give a clear answer. He admitted that he was not particularly pleased with such sudden actions, but asked to clarify how they knew who he was. The man was surprised that the guy was not yet aware of the fame he gained after completing the dungeon. He said that not only they, but also many clans were interested in getting the talented newcomer at their disposal. Li Chang underestimated the power of the clans and thought that the organizations began to take action much faster than he expected. At that moment, he realized that he should not look down on them, as the gods usually address mortal players. His thoughts were interrupted by Wu Yun's words that he would like to talk a little longer, but unfortunately, he believed that he had committed a real mortal sin for which he should receive some punishment. Most likely it was about his conversation with his niece, and since the matter was important, he said goodbye to the guy, saying that he would contact him a little later. Heading to his car, he asked the guy not to be shy and stated that he could call using his business card at any time convenient for him. At the same time, the system reported the dissatisfaction of the goddess Pabelsag, who grumbled because the player allowed a man to leave and suddenly started a fight with him. She stated that Li Chang, as the person who is aiming to become her apostle, cannot afford to lose in battle. Watching the system messages, the guy felt awkward because the serpent had joined them, which began to provoke Pabelsag and brought her to the point where she began to offer him a duel. The daughter of the great goddess Tiamat nervously declared that she would not mind tasting snake soup prepared from the body of a defeated enemy. Stopping to pay attention to the ridiculous behavior of the gods, he thought that the man's face seemed familiar to him. He even suggested that he had crossed paths with him while he was in Arcadia. At that same moment, the realization came to him that this man was clearly not the only one who had begun to be attracted to the area of his house. The guy was worried that there might be unexpected guests in his house. He was afraid that his mother was worried about what was happening. At the same time, it is worth paying attention to the fact that there was blood on Wu Yun's palm. It's hard to understand its origin. Perhaps he wanted to use some kind of technique, or because of his interest in a good fight, he accidentally injured himself or used too much force. His body was trembling with excitement due to the recent battle, and he himself was tense to the point that he could not hide his emotions. Upon returning to the house, the guy excitedly went to his mother to find out her condition, but the calm woman asked him to take his time and offered to wash his hands and have dinner. The caring woman did not want to pay attention to the sudden news, so she relaxed the situation by asking what dish she should cook. But Li Chang could not be distracted, so he decided to start a serious conversation. He should have discussed what was happening with his mother in order to make sure that she was not worried about his new line of work. After a serious conversation, the guy returned to his room and began to remember the dialogue from the past. When he was in Arcadia, he had to meet someone similar to Wu Yun. The man was surprised that such a young fighter could have a face full of desire to kill his opponent. Li Chang, as a daring and hot-tempered guy, did not understand what was wrong with his calm and talkative opponent. He invited him to leave if he did not want to lose insignificantly in the battle. The man noticed that the young warrior had a very lousy character, and in response to these words, Li Chang asked him not to talk nonsense and shut up. Despite his mood, the mysterious warrior was not against continuing the battle. He wanted to talk only after the daring gloomy god received a couple of blows from him. Li Chang could not forget the smile of that daredevil with a noticeable scar on his face, and began to compare his behavior with the swordsman Wu Yungun, with whom he had recently had to fight a short duel. The following events take us forward a month. On the morning of that day he woke up from a phone message. The reminder said that he had scheduled an interview with the White Tiger clan. The deadline has come for the fulfillment of his order from the heir of the legendary blacksmith. He decided it was time to get real. In the building where the White Tiger clan was located, a festive ceremony began in honor of the beginning of their interview with the newcomers. The candidates warmed up and even trained with dumbbells in order to show themselves in all their glory. One of the representatives of the White Tiger clan measured the characteristics of the candidates. He turned to the participants and said that first they needed to measure the amount of magical power, for which they should place their hand on the device that was next to him. The moment Li Chang reached this stage, it became obvious that his amount of magical energy was incomparably greater than that of the other candidates. The device could not withstand such an amazing amount of power and simply exploded, which attracted the attention of everyone present. An unfamiliar guy in a hood stood calmly at the very epicenter of noisy events. The White Tiger clan squad member was shocked. The small robot stated that the measurement was impossible. All eyes turned to the young man, who could have caused this explosion. Some people were surprised and thought it was just a coincidence. More experienced fighters suspected that this device simply could not withstand the incredible pressure of a newbie unfamiliar to them. One of the candidates, whose face was covered, paid attention to Li Chang and remembered him as his main competitor. The man did not suspect that his idea was hopeless, so he said the guy's name out loud and asked him to try again to take the measurement. After hearing his name, some players began to think about why it seemed familiar to them. After some thought, they began to remember that we were talking about the same former esports player who, during his career, had created an ambiguous impression about himself. The girl recognized the guy, and despite his notoriety, she admired his achievements and loudly shouted his nickname Tyrant. Her behavior put the guy in an awkward position, because he deliberately put on a hoodie in the hope of saving himself from such attention. The guy admitted that it was too presumptuous. While the crowd was discussing the fact that the guy had left esports and become an alcoholic, one of the players with long blue hair and a spear behind his back continued to watch closely. Some guys thought that Li Chang was not worthy of such attention, especially from girls. They thought he was pale and looked like a nerd, while the opposite sex should be attracted to people like them. A sincere fan of Tyrant said that they should not talk about appearance when they look like two squids. While the girl enjoyed the opportunity to be close to her idol, her comrades did not understand the cyber sportsman's motives, as they believed that he had retired and was no longer going to appear in public. Within a few minutes, a more powerful and modern device was able to produce results. Everyone was shocked, because the newcomer was already level 25 and had an exorbitant level of magical power. At the same time, one of the most interesting candidates was wary. From the very beginning he saw a worthy competitor in the guy in the hoodie, but did not expect that he would be so strong in terms of characteristics. While the confident Li Chang Sung stood calmly in front of the device for measuring magical power, the entire recruiting team began to panic, because they believed that they would not be able to cope with their job. To clarify their actions, they first decided to contact the head of the section, but realizing the importance of the matter, they called the head of the department. Meanwhile, the situation in the second raid team was very tense. The news, which was very unexpected for society, began a heated discussion on the internet. The man was surprised that big scandals that had previously been hushed up began to emerge. The recent murder of Go Sung-won, the head of the raid department of the Hayoff organization, was no exception, because he was unable to complete the task from So. The prosecutors, in cooperation with the association, were captured, and searches of the department's headquarters began. The sacrifice of people for the sacrifice inside Manhwa Mountain appears to have been happening for the past 7 years. A huge number of journalists gathered at the association's press conference to hear speculation about what caused this terrible tragedy. Cha Yun, known as the Steel Witch of the association, cracked down on high-ranking officials. The White Tiger clan began a large-scale war against the leaders of this world, after which the clan's research on the crimes of high-ranking officials began to be published. Looking at the news, the man with the pathetic fake mustache said that the issue of the recent incident had been resolved in the best way for him. Most of the details of the case were classified, but information about the person who participated in closing the dungeon was able to come out. Due to this, people appeared who wanted to show their gratitude to the so-called masked hero Haho. However, all the clues regarding this mysterious hero had yet to be discovered. After learning about this guy, Seo Young-won understood that he was the only one responsible for the fact that his plan was ruined. He had to find the mysterious stranger, since he suspected that this was the man who stole Pedro's key, which was being fiercely hunted by the White Tiger clan. Suddenly for him, the calm rest on the sofa was interrupted by the opening of the door. A member of the candidate selection team came inside. He excitedly turned to the head and announced that they had a newcomer with incredible abilities. The man did not want to be distracted, so he replied that during each recruitment there are those who have talent. But his ward replied that this was an emergency, and on this occasion, Director Oh and Director Kim immediately went to the territory. Seo Young-won didn't understand what they were talking about, so he asked why they would show up for a routine event. The ward said that we are talking about Lee Chan's Sunday. The man thought for a moment, realizing that this name was familiar to him. The guy clarified that we are talking about the same newcomer whom the head of the department was waiting for in his own house a month ago, along with the Black Sem-Zero and the Witch of Steel. Hearing that we were talking about a guy from the Jamsil Gate, the man changed his attitude to the situation and replied that he wanted to recruit him, but because of the incident with failure, Hayoff was distracted and completely forgot about the newcomer. Intrigued, Seo Young-won responded to his words with a broad smile of anticipation and asked to share the result. The ward replied that Lee Chang was at the top among the newcomers among all the tests, and besides that, his rank was equal to the level of 3S with 3 pluses. The interesting man soared to the skies, a real fire appeared in his eyes. The tiger shouted that they were immediately going to the casting, because he had to pick up a talented newcomer before anyone else coveted it. Let's go back to examination area, see where Lee Chan-sung was. The news of the revelation of the identity of one of the most mysterious players of recent times quickly spread through the media. The sites published an article about the incredible resurgence of the former esports player known as Tirana. He was a rising star, the first triple S rank guy in Korea in the past 15 years, which appeared quite suddenly. The internet described his appearance as a return to prominence in the White Tiger clan's qualifying exams, where he, as if laughing in the face of a tornado of malicious rumors, forced the competitors to accept defeat. The public was discussing his appearance. There was no need to hide his identity, so the guy took off his hood. It was hard not to recognize the face of the e-sportsman known as Tyrant. He again found himself in the spotlight, even though he initially did not want it. This seemed unfair to some ordinary visitors, since they believed that Lee Chang was already born with a golden spoon in his mouth, after which he also received such a rare and incredible awakening as a player. Many players also showed their dissatisfaction. They were beside themselves with anger due to the fact that the guy came at the exact moment when they were almost finished with the exam. Some guys failed once again, which is why they were afraid that the appearance of such a talented guy would ruin their whole life. Observing the mixed reaction of the public and the obvious envy of the other players, the guy was not very happy. At the same time, the system relayed a message from Pablesag. The goddess was incredibly proud of herself due to the unimaginable amount of attention focused on her favorite player. She thought he was talented since she had her eye on him since the beginning of the dungeon. Looking around those present, the observant and cautious guy noticed 2 suspicious individuals in burgundy capes who were among the empty seats of one of the stadium stands. Taking a closer look, he noticed something interesting. He remembered that these capes were very familiar, and at the same moment he saw a large amount of magical energy that began to spread from strangers. The system reported that a divine creature called a tiger, which got into trouble, began to study it in detail. It was obvious that we were talking about his sworn enemy. Seeing the man in front of him who had mocked him before losing his divine title, he became impatient to take revenge. One of the workers at the recruit reception center said that the test was about to begin. From the look on the guy's face, one could confidently say that he was serious. He had even prepared in advance, since he took with him a case that probably contained runes prepared for the battle. The cunning serpent also observed these events. He assumed that the cunning guy had prepared a plan. The White Tiger Clan representative began to explain the task and said that the test task was to hunt monsters. The guy asked what interesting things they could offer. The man with glasses replied that they would summon any monster he wanted to fight, from a red one to a two-headed orc. The guy asked for the most serious opponent. The excited man replied that their strongest monster was the drake. Without listening to his proposal to the end, the guy politely and calmly asked to call him. At that moment, when one of the clan workers was surprised, the entire audience was in complete shock. The White Tiger Clan could not refuse his request, because these were the rules for conducting the exam. A portal formed in the air from which a monster was supposed to appear. The previously mentioned drake turned out to be a monster of incredible size that radiated a terrifying amount of magical power. The bloodthirsty beast, set on the hunt, was in front of what seemed at first glance to be an ordinary mortal guy who had an unwavering gaze and remained calm in the face of the enemy. When the guy found himself in the face of an exam monster, he received a message from the system that the deity at the head of the White Tiger Clan wanted to test the newcomer's abilities. For the first time in their lives, the recruits felt such excitement. They were shocked by the level of danger and were afraid that they themselves might suffer during the attacks of such a terrifying monster. The leader of the organization watching the guy was still as arrogant as when he laughed at the shadowy god. The system stated that the tiger was looking at the player with suspicion due to his immobility. Moreover, he was convinced that Li Chang's son had overestimated himself, and this battle would be his last. The arrogance of the gods was a common thing for the guy, so he did not pay attention to it and simply focused on his goal. His eyes were filled with the desire to destroy his enemies. At that very moment, he couldn't help but remember his main motivation. It was about what he saw before he was stripped of his divine title. That same arrogant laughter of the tiger in his last moments before the court's decision. The hopelessness of the situation only increased the anger of the shadowy god, who could not avoid the false trial. All this time he accumulated his hatred for his sworn enemy. The long-awaited moment was approaching. A gloating grin and murderous gaze demonstrated his determination. He thought that if the tiger wanted to see real strength, then he would definitely satisfy his expectations. The battle began with the movement of the most powerful monster of the organization, which as usual considered the guy in front of him to be an ordinary prey, another guy who overestimated his capabilities. The monster was eager to attack, but the approach of its terrifying power did not at all alarm the guy with aces in his pocket. It's time to use what he brought with him. The guy beautifully threw his object up, preparing for a retaliatory strike. As it turned out, it was not a case with previously prepared runes at all. He got it from Oyezi's workshop. It was a product that he had been making for this month. Li Chang was surprised that when he visited his shop, he saw him there. In addition, the guy noticed that the blacksmith looked very tired. The man looked exhausted. He replied that it was not worth mentioning whose fault he had brought himself to such a state. Still, it was not easy for a man who had not practiced his skills for many years to complete such a huge order in short lines. The guy asked where the item he was interested in was located, after which the man handed him the case. In contrast to the thin and emaciated man, his Doberman had undergone an incredible transformation over the past month, and from the look in his eyes one could understand that he felt that the impudent stranger had the main influence on his diet. The calm boss inquired about the quality. The unexpected question infuriated the man, and he invited him to take a look at what he was producing without rest. Apparently, it was the previously mentioned spear. Along with him was a mysterious bracelet, which the guy immediately put on his left hand. Pabel Sag instantly reacted to this item. The system reported that she opened her dragon eyes wide in surprise and announced that there was an exceptional weapon in front of them. The inventory began to update. The unnamed double spear was an infantry type. its attack power was equal to 200 points, and its effects included cross damage and increased blessings. The artifact belonged entirely to the guy, so if it is transferred to others, its effects will disappear. The creator didn't give him a name, so the system suggested the guy do it himself. Swinging the spear, the guy tried to feel its balance. The system noted his high level of mastery of a spear, while Pabelsag was shocked by such unrealistic skills in wielding various weapons. She was also amazed at how a blind mortal could create an incredible item. Oh, Yezi stood opposite the guy. He couldn't watch him check the weapon due to his blindness, but he heard fast movements and felt the air cutting around him. This was the result of a month of his work, and he hoped that there would be no questions about quality. Having released the weapon, the public began to speculate that Li Chan was in fact the spearman. The guy was ready to start the battle. The huge face of the monster was approaching him at high speed. The audience watched in alarm. Everyone was in such shock that they watched the fight with their mouths open. The monster's attack raised a lot of dust, causing some to speculate that the former esports player's wild attempt to wow the public had failed. But after a moment, the monster's head rose sharply, and in its eyes were parts of the spear that the talented newcomer was using. The rest of the candidates were shocked. They did not have time to notice how their competitor pulled off such an incredible trick that it caused irreparable damage to the strongest monster of the White Tiger clan. The tiger watching the battle was wary of what had happened. No one expected such a performance from Tyrant. The leader of Team 1 of the White Tiger clan, Park Sang-ho, watched with delight the actions of the newcomer. He noticed that Li Chan had agility that was not typical of his level. As he watched the battle continue, he could confidently say that his accuracy also exceeded all expectations. With a satisfied smile and a purposeful look, he promised himself that he would get such a fighter into his team at any cost. Meanwhile, the guy began to use his second weapon, which he placed on the wrist of his left hand. It was an unnamed 9-section whip created by Yezi's heir. This artifact did not yet have a name, so the system, not paying attention to the battle, offered to choose a name for it. The spectators were puzzled. The clan representatives realized that the guy was using an incredible weapon, which only at first glance could seem like an ordinary spear. Using magical power in his whip, the guy was able to grab the spear that had previously pierced the monster's body. Thanks to this tactic, he could return his weapon at any time, which consisted of 2 parts. The guy could not only fight at close and medium range, but also throw a spear and then return it back to his hands. Pulling the whip, he continued to put on an incredible performance. The guy literally mocked the monster, which was considered the strongest in the range that the White Tiger organization had. The tyrant continued to show off the aces that were still hidden in his pocket. Grabbing 2 parts of the spear, he jumped up, ending up above the monster. Before the next blow, he combined his weapons and concentrated on the monster, which he could only feel the presence of the player, because he was blinded after his first attack. Showcasing the versatility of his spear, he swung hard, aiming for his opponent's head. A powerful blow pierced his durable body, causing incredible damage. After this attack, the monster began to growl in pain while Li Chang-sung jumped back. The battle took place at such a speed that Drake could not even keep track of the player. The next target of the guy with the mysterious spear was the monster's tail. It was difficult to follow his fast movements. Those present could not believe that the former esports player was able to acquire such an incredible weapon that is also very difficult to use. They couldn't believe that the guy in front of them was only level 25. All the effects applied to the enemy were golden, and the hits were critical, making people wonder if he was a mortal man like them. The guy's murderous look spoke of one thing: he was at a level significantly superior to Drake. Starting the next stage of bullying the strongest monster of the White Tiger clan, the guy activated the blood poison skill. The paralytic poison began to spread throughout Drake's body, causing him to be unable to move and only suffer in pain. At one point, the system reported that he was completely paralyzed and, in addition, he began to die from severe bleeding, since it did not stop. The guy's look said that he was determined to end this battle. He put more force into the next blow to make it his last. The powerful spear attack was so fast that only experienced fighters of the White Tiger clan could notice it. Together with the use of the effect, he achieved the destruction of the body of the immobilized monster, after which the system reported that Drake was completely destroyed. The guy's level continued to increase along with his spear technique skill. Pabelsag was delighted with this performance. She praised the player, saying that his hunting skills were getting better day by day. Looking at his sworn enemy, the guy received a message from the system that the tiger, who was in trouble, was greatly impressed by his battle. He expressed his desire over a new fawn. Mr. Park was satisfied with such an incredible performance. He asked his ward to immediately bring the player to him. At the same moment, he felt the activation of a technique familiar to him from one of the members of the White Tiger clan. He was furious because he didn't expect this to happen. The calm Li Chan's son was still in the center of the arena, but he felt that someone was approaching him. The desire to fight on the part of the stranger was enormous, but it was impossible to surprise the Shadow God with something like that. Within a moment, there was a roar from the collision of two monsters, and the arena began to be filled with powerful magical power, which made the newcomer's legs begin to shake. After the destruction of Drake, the former e-sportsman had to face the leader of the White Tiger clan, Xiao Jianquan. Filled with the desire to fight, the man was delighted. He could not believe that the newcomer would not dodge the unexpected attack. Moreover, he was looking forward to a good fight due to the fact that Li Chang blocked his attack called Tiger Disaster, and even his Tiger Evil Spirit. The man shouted that the guy standing in front of him was even better than he expected. At the same moment, the guy with a cold and purposeful look felt disgust towards the enemy, so much so that the disgusting smell of the god Hajia emanated from him, which filled the air in the arena. Xiao Jianquan, being extremely delighted, shouted that he liked this newcomer, after which he offered to serve him and promised that he would teach him well and give him the opportunity to reveal all his abilities. Continuing to throw blows that had to be blocked, he declared that he would teach him what a real tiger should be. At the same time, the guy was in a very awkward position. The enemy's strength was quite large, and he was thinking about whether he should counterattack this leader. He was afraid that this would attract even more attention from Haju, but on the other hand, he was thinking that he needed to take the trophy from the dark red mountain. At the same moment, they stopped at the words of Mr. Park, who stated that this was enough. Unexpectedly for the fighters, he delivered a powerful cutting blow, which stopped the battle and took both players to a safer distance. Dissatisfied with this behavior of his colleague, he asked the leader of Park what he was trying to achieve. With a serious expression on his face, he shouted that compared to the uneducated leader of the second team, his attitude towards the elders was the same as always. After these words, a verbal spat began between the two leaders of the White Tiger clan, in which they discussed manners of communication and what the player's choice should be. Real madness began in the arena. The guys were shocked that the leaders of the raid teams were on the verge of a fight just because they wanted to recruit a promising newcomer. At the same time, Team 3's leader Kang Sumwoo, known as Homotherium, as well as Team 4's leader Yu Hyunjin, known as Dino Felix, also appeared. They had no choice but to get involved in this battle for the incredible newcomer. A real conflict began before the guy's eyes, the fault of which was his incredible strength and transcendental skill. With an expectant smile, he hoped that soon they would see real carnage between the fools he hated so much. Over time, the conflict between the leaders only continued to worsen, and it was unclear how all this could end. The newcomers and the public were in danger, because their battle at full strength could completely destroy the arena. Watching such a primitive resolution of the conflict, the guy thought that all those players who received such a strong blessing from the god Kaja should be exterminated. At the peak of the conflict, a voice that made the body begin to tremble seriously inquired about what kind of chaos the White Tiger leaders had caused. Kaju's magical energy began to overflow the arena in incredible quantities. Such a powerful pressure from the presence of a person with an incredible level of power was so overwhelming that even the clan leaders could not resist. It was clear that the jokes were over and their conflict was over. From such incredible pressure, even the strongest clan fighters began bleeding. In the center of the arena, the silhouette of a man with long hair appeared, to whom this terrifying power belonged. The executive director of the White Tiger clan, Mr. Oh Shinwan, came to put an end to the conflict between his colleagues. Li Chang-sung was waiting to meet him. He was a little further away from the others, so he could resist the pressure of Haj's spirit. A man showed up to meet them, who was in second place after the god Kaju himself. Due to his approach, Li Chang-sung began to feel pressure, causing his nose to suddenly bleed. The goddess Pabelsag, observing these events, reported that she sensed the enormous power of this mortal old man. Looking at this man, he realized that his rank was far superior to everyone else. Despite his combat experience, with the current level of cultivation, he could not see a single hole in his defense. No matter how many times he imagined their duel, he was never able to calculate his victory. Approaching his charges, the man asked how the clan leaders allowed themselves to fight in front of everyone present in order to get a recruit. Turning to Sango, he condemned his actions, saying that instead of joining his younger brother's quarrel, he should have reconciled them through his position. The appearance of the CEO made it clear to the men that their stupid jokes had reached their logical conclusion. Despite this, Seo Young-won was looking forward to the moment when he would have the opportunity to embellish team leader Park's smug face. Addressing his colleagues, he urged them to leave, while at the same time thinking that he could not miss his chance at obtaining a rare recruit. Relaxing the release of his energy, the old man approached the young man to make sure that he was the very guy who was the cause of the commotion. He believed that if he took sides, then the division between the leaders would only increase, so he decided to take it for himself. This turn of events was something shocking and too unexpected for the leaders. They could not believe that the old man could outplay them all. Together with the executive director, Li Chang went to his office. Mr. O suggested that the guy change his clothes since he was covered in blood. Observing this process, the system reported that the goddess Pabelsag was drooling because of how strong his body looked. She screamed at all the other watching gods to get out, as she could not hide her jealousy. Looking around, the man noticed that the young man had an incredible body. He understood that this was a body that had been through a lot of battles, making his muscles look like they were made for battle, without anything extra. Despite his incredible experience, he admitted that he had never encountered such talent before. Based on this, he could not even imagine what a difficult life this young man lived. When the guy finished, Director O turned to him and said that he was already aware of the recent news. What he meant was that their patron god Kaju was interested in hiring the young man, so he admitted that in this case he should be frank. He asked what exactly the young man wanted, after which he suggested that his goal was money. The guy with a cold and purposeful look replied that he had so much money that he would not spend it in his entire life. So he added that he did not come to the White Tiger clan for something trivial. After demonstrating his seriousness, he announced that he wanted to join their clan's strategic planning department. In addition, the guy clarified that he had previously heard that it was Director O who was responsible for his activities. He wondered if the man thought they would need to create connections with the authorities. The guy's daring and unexpected speech took the old man by surprise. In response, he began to laugh loudly, having no control over how much his enormous magical power spread. Hanja's spirit filled the room. Such a display of power had a noticeable effect on Li Chang-sung's well-being. The guy with incredible skills, but still a weak level of development, admitted that just from this old man's laughter, his body was already shaking. With a piercing look, he turned to the guy, saying that, apparently, he would not be interested in joining the clan if it were not for his connections with the authorities. Despite the young man's strange motive, he was not against it, and said that in order to become a member of the White Tiger clan, one must have the level of ambition that Li Chang demonstrated. He continued his speech by saying that the strategic planning department is, so to speak, the backbone that holds the head of the white tiger. In this case, if the guy really wants to get into the previously mentioned department, then he will have to prove that he is worthy of it. With anticipation of the answer, he asked how the guy would show everyone his worth. Without any doubt, the confident Lee Chang-sung replied that to prove his strength, he could break the record in the Blackish Red Mountain Range dungeon. He continued, explaining his option by saying that he had heard that all newcomers go through this array as interns. He wondered if breaking the existing record would be enough. Remaining calm, the man did not show his surprise and asked if the guy was sure that he really wanted to prove himself not in training, but in a ranked dungeon. Without any delay, the guy confirmed his intentions. Hearing such a clear answer, the old man replied that in that case no one would dare to oppose such an option. Analyzing the old man's behavior, the guy could not understand the sincerity of such an answer. Based on his experience, he could guess that Director O was doubtful. In that case, he began to realize that there was something else he wanted. The answer seemed obvious, so the guy took action. Continuing the conversation, he caught the old man by surprise with the phrase that he was ready to completely clear the dungeon. The surprised old man turned to the guy with a smile on his face, after which he replied that it would be wonderful. He admitted that this place is quite old, so he was already thinking about finding another training center. After the old man's answer, the guy began to think that there really was something interesting in that array. He believed that he had hit the weak point of Executive Director O. Continuing to prove his determination, the guy promised that he would close the doors to that place on his own. After hearing the opinion of the former esports player, the director replied that it was logical to believe that from now on they would have a lot to talk about. Satisfied with the result of the conversation, the guy calmly thanked the man for his answer, but made it clear that there was another speech that he would like to discuss. He said that he would like to use the clan's library before heading to the mountain range. The old man liked his words, because he always paid attention to those who are hunters of knowledge. He replied that the White Tiger clan's library was considered the best in the world. He didn't want to oppose his desire for knowledge, so he said that Lee Chan-sung could use their library as he wished. Meanwhile, news was spreading online that the famous former esports player Tyrant had returned to the public eye, becoming one of the top recruits of the White Tiger clan. Among the interesting materials were reviews from those who were in the same dungeon with him. Miss Plum, a little embarrassed, said that Uncle Chan-sung was the one who saved her when she was in danger. Second Lieutenant Park Hae-sung was also included in the interview. He admitted that he saw his actions live and was still in awe of his strength. After the guy left the office, Seo Young-won headed there. With tears in his eyes, the leader begged Director O to put the guy in his favor. He stated that Lee Chan-sung was not some kind of game thing. He was sure that with a mentor like him, the guy would be able to reach the top of this world under the banner of the White Tiger clan. The old man was surprised by the confidence of the young tiger, and said that most likely it would not be about the peaks, but about burial pits. He stated that they were in a clan and if Seo Jung-won didn't watch his words, he would lose his position as team leader. The confused man tried to find out from the director why he continued to refuse him. The old man replied that the young man had volunteered to join the strategic planning department, and it became obvious to him that if he didn't get what he needed, he would simply leave. He could not send such a person to the second team. He suggested that the team leader wait a little. The man said that as soon as his training ends, he will become his pawn. Of course, he was going to schedule him on missions the way he wanted, so he didn't mind pairing him up with Seo Young-won more often. The answer turned out to be satisfactory, and the team leader began to pick the old man's brain about how much he loved him. The man said that he knew this would happen, so he locked him in the place that Seo Jung-won hates the most. A few days later, the White Tiger clan's Hope training camp began. News that Tyrant was preparing to independently write a new legend spread across the internet, because everyone was wondering how far the pride of a newly minted fighter with the rank of 3S with 3 pluses would go. The system reported that the guy entered the dungeon of a blackish red mountain range. His task was to completely cleanse this place. At that same moment, he noticed something strange. A silhouette appeared at the top of the mountain, emitting purple magical energy. It seems that Li Chan-sung has begun to understand what is happening. Meanwhile, from the bushes, someone was watching what the young talented player would do. The powerful monster attracted the attention of everyone who entered this complex dungeon. Before Li Chan-sung appeared, the White Tiger Clan fighters were unable to complete this mission. The guy was satisfied with this opportunity, since here he would be able to significantly increase his level in a short time. Looking at the flying monster, the guy was convinced that his goal was here. Since ancient times, the blackish-red mountain range has been in a refracted state due to negative magical influences. The system reported that the guy's task is to find the culprit and eliminate him to return the ecosystem to its proper state. The mountain range is divided into 8 zones. Each of them is inhabited by unique heteromorphic organisms that cannot be found in ordinary dungeons, which indicated that this place was quite dangerous. Looking at the territory, the guy understood that the name of the mountains fully corresponds to their appearance. Even the shadow god admitted that this place was terrifying. It reminded him of what he saw in Arcadia. At one point, the observant guy sensed the presence of a stranger. Some guy was following him not very carefully and cautiously, and upon meeting the young man's eyes, he realized that he had failed. The man was angry because he knew that he would have to indicate this in his report, for which he could be reprimanded. After making sure that he was being followed, Li Chang realized that the White Tiger Clan had been eyeing the newcomer since his visit to the library. It was not clear to him what Executive Director O was trying to do with such actions. The first strangeness on the part of the organization appeared a few days ago in the library of the Ferocious Tiger. Looking at the size of this hall, the man remembered the words of Thanatos that this huge place was filled with knowledge important to the player. During their conversation before the mission to planet Earth began, it was said that Kaju was the one who caused trouble in the heavens. Having learned about this, the ruler inquired what tendencies the followers of this god would adhere to, having received his blessing. The guy suggested that most likely they would also form enemies in many places. Thanatos believed that the guy's answer was not complete enough and added that they would extort, exploit, and make an exhibition out of them. He believed that they would take them as their trophy, declaring that this was a great deed that would elevate their patron above the world. Mentioning the library of the Ferocious Tiger, he said that he could make a list of quite useful items. Despite the bishop's expression of interest, the guy replied that he would do it himself. Thanatos asked if the guy was confident in his answer, despite the fact that his list would definitely include those items that the shadow god would like. Sighing, the guy agreed to listen to him. The man replied with interest that we would talk about the movement techniques of the zodiac Sagittarius. Li Chang-sung could not even imagine that the White Tiger Clan had acquired such knowledge. The gloomy god knew that we were talking about a Sagittarius named Rukwart and his 6 combat techniques, which seemed to allow him to become the light himself. It was about his incredible divine powers, embodied in the form of knowledge. The rulers sitting on the throne began to talk about what techniques the guy could gain access to. It was about a huge list that Li Chang had previously heard about. The interested player couldn't believe that Hanju had one of these techniques. He understood that the war had not yet begun, so the Sagittarius was not yet aware of this. The guy asked where the ruler got such information. The mysterious man simply ignored this question. Having not heard an answer, the guy assumed that they were talking about a shooting star. Looking at the incredible size of the library, the guy thought that finding information about the technique of the advancing step would be very difficult. The coming step is the divine ability that allowed Sagittarius to become a zodiac sign. Before he became a star, he was on the list of old stars and was known as God Ex Machina. The divine ability that he learned was obtained by stealing it from the treasures of the kingdom. It is known that he can capture a certain space in the blink of an eye and spread his deity there, which made it possible for him to become an absolute being. Li Chang thought that if he could get this, then he would be able to awaken his divinity after overcoming the limits, and no one could stop him. On the other hand, he did not overlook the risk that problems might arise during the implementation of such a plan. At the time of his search for the necessary knowledge, the system reported that the divine creature tiger, in trouble, was studying him every step. One of Director O's wards was also inside the library. He said that Li Chang would only be able to use their library for a week. It was open 24 hours a day, so he was allowed to enter at any time and anywhere, with the exception of the first and second level libraries. In addition, the man noted that books cannot be taken outside the library. It was the same member of the White Tiger clan who continued to spy on him even inside one of the most dangerous dungeons in their organization. With admiration, he asked if he could get an autograph from a famous former esports player for his girlfriend. This request had nothing to do with what the guy was thinking about, so he simply ignored the player. He thought that in order to avoid Director O and Haju, he had to be extremely careful. During their conversation with the Lord, Thanatos mentioned that after seeing the Kaju exhibition hall, the guy tried to repeat the skills of the One-Horn tribe. He was sure that learning was a fun process in its own way. To make the task easier for himself, the guy turned to his skills as a player and activated the skill of an unshakable mind. After this, he turned to the power of peace of mind, which he received from one of the goddesses watching over him. While indoors for several days in a row, the player continued to learn valuable knowledge. The man watching him had no idea what Li Chansung was up to. He had to watch him all this time, and instead of something interesting, he only saw that the guy was actually reading. According to his observations, Li Chang does not select books according to any specific criterion. He noticed that he was interested in books on spear skill, as well as some knowledge about using a sword. His set also includes books on divine law and books on simple breathing techniques or deification. Despite the fact that this was quite important knowledge, the man noticed that Li Chan simply skimmed through it. Addressing his subordinate with an order, Director O asked him to closely monitor the new recruit and report anything that he considers suspicious. The ward of the executive director of the White Tiger clan was in despair, because he did not know what he should tell the director after several days of spying on the target. Recalling the recent events, he thought that the result of the last days of observation and study was the conclusion that the reason why Chana Song locked himself in the library was because he wanted to expose himself to outsiders. He was surprised to think that talented people also did not neglect learning. It seemed to him that there was nothing more picturesque than the behavior of a recruit. Despite this, he mentally begged him with tears on his face to finally give up and return home. The guy's behavior did not allow him to have a decent rest and concentrate on his work, which put him into a state of depression. While the insufficiently experienced fighter of the White Tiger clan tried to find at least some interesting detail, Li Chang continued to work. The system reported that he was in a state of concentration. He was completely focused on reading, so he was able to understand and remember all the contents of the books he studied. The rate of knowledge acquisition has only increased. Due to constant study of materials, his skills began to grow rapidly, but the system reported that he was beginning to enter a state of insanity. She warned him that he had received too much information and that it was giving him a headache. Some of the knowledge was too much, and the question was whether he would be able to process it. But the confident guy continued to work, and as a result, he got an achievement called Book Maniac, which added points to his stamina and intelligence effects. Pabelsag and the serpent continued to watch his boring activities. The goddess stated that she was tired of his endless reading. Without being distracted by the system's messages, his understanding of the god Kaju continued to increase. As it turned out, the tiger himself, who got into trouble, watched him with pleasure. Having learned about this, the guy considered the behavior of his enemy stupid and naive. As it turned out, getting an offensive step was not his only goal. He was also interested in Kaju's karma. In other words, he was interested in his skill line. The library of the Fierce Tiger has from the beginning been a place created by the White Tiger clan to demonstrate the greatness of their patron, but for the clan's members it is also a sanctuary that provides the teachings of the Haju. There are a large number of hidden books here that created him as a deity. the guy needed to find them, collect pieces of knowledge, and reunite them into the big picture. After this, he will be able to find out not only the abilities of Kaju, but will also be able to find out the weaknesses of the people behind him. Using the knowledge gained, a new type of skill was created. The system reported the process of combining skills. To defeat his longtime enemy, it was important for him to acquire the martial art of destruction of Haju. Having studied everything that interested him, the guy decided it was time to leave. By working with knowledge, he learned the limit of information he could obtain about destruction techniques in the third-level library. This meant only one thing: in order to obtain the rest of the knowledge for the skill combination, he needed to get to the first and second levels of the room. Despite spending several days in this place, he was unable to satisfy his interest. He examined this place lengthwise and approached it 3 times, but did not find the offensive step technique. By the end of the allotted time for working with the library, there were about 3 hours left, so he thought that it would be a good idea to look around again. All the while, a calm mind stabilized his wavering concentration and his willpower continued to grow. I touched the books, he could know in advance what exactly is there. At one point, he felt a trembling from the realization that the necessary material was there. He was excited to advance the skill combination process. The guy was not entirely sure that the book with a strange wrapper about cooking contained knowledge about the divine technique he needed, but it was obvious that there was something remarkable in it. He turned it over and began to use a special way of reading to learn everything that the author wanted to convey to him. At one point he realized that this was different from what exactly he was looking for. Here was information about a man who had lost everything. The mysterious book told the story of a man who left behind a deep grudge. The author of these lines addresses the reader with the question of whether he knows the bitter feeling of betrayal by someone whom you treated like a brother. He meant that he personally knew this feeling, and it was given to him by a child named Munson. These words evoked memories for the guy, because he knew who he was talking about. This child's real name is Kam Jango. This is the man who created the White Tiger clan with Director O. He is recognized as one of the 9 greatest black tigers in the world, and in addition, he is the patron apostle of his clan. It is logical to assume that he is one of Kaju's trusted representatives, which has an incredible influence on the lives of ordinary mortals on planet Earth. The information that the author claims that their relationship was almost brotherly was also alarming. It was logical to assume that Kam Jango was somehow related to him. It is known that Kam Jango was almost the only mercenary whose name spread in the gaming world. He went through countless difficulties to create his own martial art. And Hudson, who was watching him, took him as his apostle. But if you believe this book, you can find out how everything really happened. This true story was narrated by Master Han Yu. He was Munson's mentor. In the next line, he clarified that he is no longer one. He trained his swordsmanship for a long time in order to become the successor of the Omen clan. But one day something happened that changed his plans for life. The master brought to him an apostle, with whom they had a big age difference. It was clear that he had high hopes for this young man. The master was losing his health day by day, so Han Yu treated this preacher like a brother. He taught him to hold a sword and trained him as his own student. At this time, he had to abandon his intentions to glorify his clan. He completely devoted himself to training his younger brother. All this time, he had no idea what thoughts were ripening in the quiet youth's head. He also did not know what their protective spirit Kaja thought about their clan. The author shared the idea that, quite expectedly, as the deity's name suggests, Kaju is a chaotic god who thrives on battle and fear. Based on this, he did not approve of the clan's choice to maintain peace and go into hiding for training. Of course, he could have found another apostle. The problem was that it was their clan that best implemented the Kaju doctrine. Defending his interests, Han Yu was forced to fight. His strength was something that took his little brother's breath away. But incredible sword skills were not something that a god couldn't handle. Yet, due to the loyalty of their clan, he could not simply choose another preacher, so he continued to show his teeth all the time. Hanyu was forced to resort to force. Defending his interests, his clan, and his younger brother, he did not notice how he opened his back to the enemy. The young man was always silent and mysterious. Despite this, he could not arouse suspicion in him. Revealing the details of this book, the guy understood that Kaju's power was sealed on purpose. He had heard about this before, because there was a time in history when his strength was deliberately reduced. This explained why such a war-obsessed spirit did not appear for almost a century. Li Chan theorized that this was related to the Ilman clan, of which Kam Jango was a part. Ultimately, the more magnificent the fate of the tiger deity became, the more chaos was created in the world. The author of the book, named Hanyu, must have simply been against unnecessary bloodshed. Because of this, he chose Kam Jango over Nanya. The guy watching the player was alarmed by what was happening. He did not suspect that Li Chan was using a special method of reading ciphers, so he decided that he was only pretending to be smart and was now behaving extremely ridiculously. According to Hanyu's teacher, Munson's ambush must have been years in the making, since Oh was physically unable to hold a sword that day. As it turned out, his younger brother hounded him day after day to achieve results. Betrayal came from the side where he did not expect. Slowly but surely, the guy achieved his goal. But he ultimately decided not to take his life, perhaps out of respect. The young apostle cut the veins in his lungs and blocked his magical center, trapping him in an underground cave in Ilman's domain. Munson's betrayal was the most difficult stage in the life of the book's author. Moreover, the divine spirit was no longer protecting him, but had sided with his younger brother. From that moment on, Kam Chongho became the new priest. Hanyu could only watch as his clan was built on the site of the former Ilman clan. After the teacher ignored the master's instructions to never go out into the outside world, he became unable to do anything except observe the chaos happening around him. But at one moment something happened that was different from all previous monotonous events. The exhausted man wrote that he heard a voice. The guy didn't understand what was going on, but reading this book caused him great stress. He never had time to find out which voice was being discussed, because the code inside this book had ended. It was clear that this was just part of what he was trying to tell the reader. The guy looked around, realizing that a sequel must be hidden in the library. At the same moment, the system reported that he had read the hidden part of the information. The remains of the unknown subject's willpower became a seed that entered his body. As a reward, the completion rate of one of the player's skills increased. The skill combination reached 51% completion. The Shadow God didn't expect this to happen, as he thought it would take him a lot of time to complete the skill, but suddenly he achieved a 12% jump due to finding a hidden piece of information and then analyzing it. Suddenly, the system reported that there were still hidden pieces inside the room that needed to be found and connected. It was clear that the person who did this was not at all unusual. There is no way that an ordinary mortal would do something like this. Li Chan-sung suggested that at some point there was divine intervention, and this was the very voice heard. At that time, he only had 2 hours left before the end of access to the library, so the guy decided to hurry up. He had no way of knowing where exactly the rest of the pieces were hidden, but given that the author had deliberately encrypted his story with riddles, it was clear that the mysterious stranger clearly wanted someone to solve them. It was clear that he had to make sure that Kam Jango's followers would not be able to find this information, so it would certainly be difficult to find. Hanyu probably did everything so that by solving one riddle, the reader could solve all the others, so the guy assumed that the remaining parts were in the section of the 7th level of the room. At the same time, Hadja said that he believes that Li Chan will become a faithful priest. The guy realized that his sworn enemy still did not understand what was really happening. Watching the player's efforts, the snake looked at him with an all-knowing gaze. Continuing his search, the guy came across the continuation of the story. The author continued the story and named his student as the person who said that he was the same as his so-called elder brother from the Ilian clan. As a result, Hanyu was betrayed by the priest and imprisoned in a